What is happening right now? What? Got him.
Sayonara, motherfucker.
That was so odd. What was that? That was badass. Oh, that was so cool.
What? Greatest game ever made.
I fucking hate this
Absolutely,
game.
absolutely greatest game
Yo,
ever
clip
made.
that. Clip that. Please. Holy shit.
Absolutely the greatest game ever made. No holds barred. My new favorite game is Sonic Forces.
Holy shit.
The game was not good. What up, everybody? It's your boy, the Infinite Dragon here, and welcome back to Steins Gate. I almost said Sonic Frontiers. If you're watching this on YouTube, you're watching an archive stream, be sure to check me out live. Link is always in the description down below, as well as a link to my Discord, which I'll let you know what I'm doing, what I'm thinking, how I'm feeling, all of the good stuff. If you're watching this on the playlist, make sure you hit the like button right now, because you will forget to do later, and I will forget to tell you. Besides, it's free, and we all like free stuff. Come on. All right, so before we get started proper with the game, I do want to talk about some of these questions that I had. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? So we got some of these answered. So we got who's watching, who's watching? It was CERN. CERN was watching. How does our machine work? The lifter is the TV. The discharge phenomena is happening because it is connected to CERN's machine. I think that's what they said was happening, right? Or was it all of Okabe? I came early enough to view the timeline on stream. Nice. How you doing, blah? It is Kerr Black Hole. We still don't know about Ferris's D-mail yet. We still don't quite know why Susuha hates Kurisu, but she said that shit with confidence, though. Like, we know that Moeka technically was the traitor in our midst, but that doesn't mean that we can't just ignore Kurisu being involved with CERN at all. You know why Moeka wants the IBN? It's because she's around her. We still don't know. So when I asked when did main worldline Kurisu talk to, I'm talking about the version she said in that version of the timeline that she talked to us, which is why she pulled us outside of that conference to talk to us again. She said, "Hey, I was talking to you earlier. You look pretty concerned. Is everything all right?" Still don't know what's going on with that. Don't know why we don't teleport yet. Why does the demo work? We figured that out. Does the previous world line still exist? We don't have an answer to that, but there's no reason to suggest that it doesn't work like that. We don't know if we can go back or not yet. What is CERN's IBM language thingy? We still don't know what that is particularly, but all we do know that it's pretty important if they're telling us to not use it. Like teleporting after a demail. So what I mean by that is, how come after a demail happens, everything shifts around and everything, but we're the only thing that stays exactly in the same place that we were before, or at the very least, the game has not made mention that we've changed. But everyone else changes positions and where they were. We're the only thing that stays exactly where we were after things teleport and whatnot. How do the watchers know? That's the most important question right now. How did the watchers know? Now, obviously, Moeka was in touch with us, and she was leaking information about the time machine and everything like that. The thing that I want to know, and probably the biggest question is at the moment for me, is how did they know about the fact that we were going to go public with the time leap machine? Because that obviously was going to happen in the future, which means they must be able to send emails or something to the past or something like that, or the future version of them have already known. So, like, I don't know what's going on with that particularly. Like, they have to know and have sent information from the future to the past in order to know that. How are they doing that? That's my biggest question at the moment. Who's Chris's father? We don't know particularly, but it seems important. Who's part-time Mori's father? That we technically got an answer to that. It's Barrett. Was it Beryl? It was Beryl Titor. Don't know what that means though. Does Doc from the beginning of the game work for CERN? Don't know that yet. What was the satellite? Still don't know this. Don't know why he was stuck in the building either. Are the Jellymen still alive? Don't know that. Is John Titor future Okabe? There's a possibility, but there's also not a possibility. Moeka said, "Are you John Titor?" There's no that's the only thing that makes sense. So there's a possibility that we are John Titor, but at the moment I'm leaning towards no. What happens to old world lines? I think technically I already asked that question, but we don't know for a fact. Who does Moeka work for? We figured that out. She works for CERN. What happened to her during the new phone timeline that she was so busy? That's a good question. Is Lucas still a lab member? Yes. All right. I think as far as that goes, we're good. I don't have any more particular questions that need to be answered at the moment. Nothing that that kept me up at night. So timestamp time, we can get started. How you doing today, Blah? Doing well? Good, good. Knocked over my toothpicks. Just finished the online class a while ago. Cool. Online classes is gross. Well, actually, I probably prefer online classes as opposed to my real classes. Yesterday I had an in-person one till about 45 minutes from now. Ugh. Well, so I assume you're studying history, yeah? It's a hobby? What do you, I assume you're in college. What are you majoring in? Like you get a job field there, but it isn't great. See, I was told that if I had studied graphic design, I would have a job. But here I am playing video games for pennies. Now, mind you, I'm not complaining. I love doing this, but it's not paying as much as I thought. It's not as paying as much as it could be paying if I actually had a job in the graphic design field. My first year, so I don't really have a major set yet. Oh, well, I mean, take your time then. Can you hear? Can you see? Do I sound okay? I am taking a coding class and I like that. Ooh, that sounds difficult. I tried taking a coding class in high school and that shit. Well, it was one of those things where the teacher just didn't teach us. He was like, "Did you read the book?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I read the book. I don't get it. Teach me. I don't understand what's going on here." I hear you and the game audio is fine. Okay, so I adjusted. Naru pointed out that my lower registers, when I kind of like talk to myself and mumble, was kind of unhearable. So I adjusted my mic settings so that way you should be able to hear it just fine. I'm even talking low now, so it looks like everything's being audible and fine right now, so it should be good. So where we last left off, with our talking to Kurisu. We jump back in time, and the plan at the moment is for her to finish the time loop machine, the time leap machine. I don't know why I keep saying time leap machine. Have everyone leave except for Kurisu, and then talk to her about the thing, and then we can figure out a plan from there. So I'm talking very quietly now. I'm basically mumbling to myself, and it looks like you should be able to hear me. Am I audible? Am I good? Are we good here? Can I still hear you? Good. It should level out to, even if I talk louder, it should like balance down to be quieter. So I lie back on the sofa with my phone in my hand. Needles in my brain. A whining in my ears. These sensations never get any easier to endure. I look at the clock. It's about 1:45. There's a high school baseball game on TV. In about 15 minutes, Kurisu will finish the time leap machine. All it needs are some final adjustments, so there's nothing for me to do but wait. As the pain in my brain subsides, I realize that my hand is throbbing. Why? Oh, I remember. Right before this, I had an argument with Mr. Braun. My head is throbbing. Yeah, my head is throbbing. Right before this, I had an argument with Mr. Braun in which he introduced his fist to my skull. And Yuri's at his sewing machine, working on her costume. Daru's at his computer, collecting moe artwork from the internet. So, I don't know about you guys, but at no point during this timeline did Okabe stop what he was doing and just hug Mayuri and let her know that she was appreciated. That would have been like maybe like the first, maybe the 0th thing I did when I found her. I would have been like, oh my god, you're safe, I'm going to save you. And they would have been like, what the fuck are you talking about? But like, I would have just hugged her. Because, you know, we watched her die like 8 billion times. This version of Okabe, I kind of understand that with, because he's been through it so many times. He probably wants to be like, let's make her safe, and then we can relax. But the first time, I would have been like, oh my god, you're safe! Kurisu is in the development room, upgrading the time leap machine. I sit, motionless as the minutes tick by. The click-clack of the sewing machine in the lounge suddenly stops. Alright, this did happen. She motions to me while holding the costume.
Mayushi, 今のビローンもう一度。ビローンいただきました。も
うやだこの変態。
Follow Mayuri's directions and spread the costume out by the sleeves.
You're a fool!
Why does Mayuri just not get shot? Is she stupid? Hey, to be fair, there's a few timelines where she didn't get shot and she still died. Mayuri looks a little tired. She's been working on the costume all night. But it doesn't dim her brightness of her satisfied smile. I said something here, didn't I? What was it? I don't think you need to repeat it beat for beat. I can't remember. It's not that hard, like I'm not getting shot right now. Philly, you're white. Whatever you can say whatever you want. Mayuri is a person of color. Now granted, this isn't America that we're in right now, but she still got shot. In fact, the game even put it out that it wasn't America, she still got shot. So, you know, it is what it is. She looks pretty white to me. It doesn't make a difference to us, but like to the people that it does matter to, it does matter. She's in fact not white. I finished before Christian. We were racing, she says.
お見事ね。でもこっちももう終わりよ。
Kurisu carefully connects the two cords she's holding.
完成。
All right, that's my cue.
実験はしない。
Right, was that too soon?
いきなり全否定とか。私が何のために苦労して作ったと思ってんのよ。
タイムリープには問題が山積みだ。その点についてじっくり検証したい。
あんたにしてはまともな意見だな。
何が問題なのかな。完成したんじゃないの？
詳しくは後日説明する。今日はみんな疲れているだろうから解散にしよう。完成祝いにちょっとでもパーッとやったりしないの？それも後日だ。
managed to convince Dada and Mayuri to leave. I let Mayuri my phone charger since we use the same brand of phone. Ah, good planning, good planning. I'll explain later. Holy shit, is that a Doctor Who reference? Also you spelled reference wrong. So I don't recall, but is there like a thing where he says I'll explain later and then he just never does explain? This is before USB-C was default. Even now, the USB-C should be default, but don't iPhones still use a different thing? Kurisu tries to go home, but Kurisu tries to go home too, but I quietly keep her back.
何？
不満か？
ええ。
It was invented in 2012. That's, yeah. But like the question was, doesn't even now that we do have USB-C, unless you're responding to something else, but now that we do have USB-C, doesn't Apple still use something differently? Don't they have like the lightning cables or some shit? iPhones now use USB-C. It is required by law in the EU. Oh, well, good. Because it's better. It's just better. Thank you, EU. Very cool. Yeah, so he says I'll explain later and then never does, right? But I was responding to the comment about the game being also before USB-C was standard. And I said it wasn't invented yet. Okay, all right. Probably because I shut her down right after she finished the time leap machine. Sophie will leave later, but only after she has time to fully consider its implications.
俺は5時間後から来た。
Kurisu spears me with a piercing glare.
何の冗談？
Her narrowed eyes make me believe that looks can kill.
睨むな。お前、言っていることが全然違うではないか。何が？
は？何そのバカっぽいセリフ。
5時間後のお前が言ったんだぞ。
捏造しないで。私が多分信じるみたいな論理性皆無の発言するわけないでしょ。
But you said that. You said exactly that. That's very funny. I'd like to have a word with teacher Kurisu. If this is how you're gonna be, then you leave me no choice but to quote you word for word.
タイムリープが成功したことを聞かされたお前は何の疑問もなく自分の理論は間違ってなかったって思えた。 成功してよかったって思えたとも言った。そもそも電話レンジを改良してタイムリープマシンを作ったのは私なのだぜ。
And he really remembered it word for word.
私はそんなのだぜみたいな話し方しない。
お前が今一番欲しいものはマイフォークである。
Kurisu's face suddenly turns red.
マイスプーンはすでに持っているそうだな。
そんなことまで話したのか？恨むぞ、5時間後の私。
Is there a joke here that I'm missing?
You're a fool!
Why doesn't she simply buy a Fort from Poundland? Is she stupid? They don't have a Poundland filler. They're in Japan. Damn. So your willingness to you're willing to believe me is proportional to your narcissism. I think the joke is that the Japanese don't use forks, but Americans do. Is that only the okay? It feels like it's deeper than that because she got embarrassed. Like I don't know why that's something to be embarrassed about, other than the fact that she uses fork instead of chopsticks. But I'm here in the middle of a lecture, so I'm lurking. I appreciate you coming to me. Despite the fact that you're in class. I hope you're doing well, Day. If you're not already following Day, please do so. Day is going to... Actually, let me go ahead and give her a shout out real quick. Day and I are going to do a series soon where we're going to simultaneously play Pokemon Black and White with the Soul Link Nuzlocke run. So go ahead and give her a follow, because we're probably going to be switching off channels. It'll be here, and then it'll be there, and then it'll be here, and then it'll be there, and yada, yada, yada. So give her a follow. Maybe the fork will explain how she got her tie so red. How do you figure? She got spaghetti sauce on it or something? She appears genuinely shocked for some reason, but I'm pretty sure she believes me now. She smelled hot sauce.
覗き見されたような気分よ。しかもよりによって岡部にと。
What does she think I'm gonna do?
でもあんたの言うことを信じてよさそうね。詳しく聞かせて。
I explained everything to Kurisu again. I'm able to organize my thoughts better since this is my second time.
なるほどね。あんたの言うことが事実ならかなりまずい状況だな。
He's gonna make Kurisu an account to only forks. There are 5 hours until Mayuri's death. We need to come up with a plan before then.
5時間後の私は時間順序保護仮説かもって言ってたらしいけど、それともちょっと違う気がする。あの仮説は因果率が狂う恐れがあるからタイムトラベルの可能性は量子論により否定されるっていうものよ。でもタイムリープの場合タイムパラドックスはそもそも起きない。
Two of me don't exist at the same time, and I can't bring anything with me to the past. All that changes are the memories stored in my temporal lobe. Lady thinks she's smarter than herself from 4 hours from now. So at the very least, time looping can't cause a grandfather paradox.
やはり世界の意志だ。宇宙そのものが検閲をするかのように、俺が歪ませた事象の修正を行っているとしか思えない。
だとしたらタイムリープじゃマユリは救えないっていうことになる。何をしたって修正されちゃうんだから。
そんなのは認めない。
同意するわ。世界の意思説は非現実的すぎる。私は支持したくない。
This is where I don't know where the flag is, but we need to shoot that bitch just like in One Piece.
多世界解釈ならどうだ。マユリが死なない可能性を観測できれば解決だ。
多世界解釈か。マユリの死に方がいつも違うっていうのは関係あるのかな。でも重ね合わせ状態になっているいくつもの可能性世界は相互観測が不可能なのに、あんたはどうして観測できてるの？
それはこの俺の特殊能力であるリーディングシュタイナーが。
We're still calling it
ダメ
that.
だこいつ。早く何とかしないと。
他に説明のしようがない。
He didn't follow through with the gag.
特殊能力ってあんたね、もしかしてそれ本気で言ってたのか？
ふざけているつもりはないぞ。
Only my eyes is able to perceive that the world has been reconstructed. Our demon experiments prove that. Have they tried asking simply asking Oeke politely to not kill Mayuri? Even if that did work, which we did try, we did try asking her not to do that. Even if that did work, something else would try to kill Mayuri.
「特殊能力だかなんだか知らないけど、そんな不確定的なものを頼る気にはなれない。だいたいどの可能性を観測するかを制御しようがないんだから、多世界解釈だろうがなんだろうが、マユリが死なない可能性に至るのは無理よ。
待て、これでは話が進まないではないか。解釈の話はいいから、俺たちにできることを考えるべきだ。
タイムリープじゃ結果は変えられない。さっきそう言った。
じゃあどうするんだ？
落ち着け。
落ち着いていられるか？俺が一体何度マユリの死を目の当たりにしたと思ってるんだ。あいつが無残に血を流して生き絶えていくのを俺は 目の前で何度も見ていたんだ。何度も。
I said before that that's basically a type of hell, and I stand by that statement. That's a type of hell. He's literally walked through hell a couple of times.
見ていることしかできなかったんだ。
I hear my teeth grinding in my skull, recalling that despair, that feeling of utter powerlessness. Makes me want to lash out at everything within reach.
感情に身を任せてたって何も解決しない。
当事者じゃないからそんなに冷静でいられるんだろう。
そうね。私には5時間後のことはわからない。正直なところ実感が湧かない。でもあんたの言ってることを信じてないわけじゃない。岡部がしっかりしなきゃ。
Lucy pats my arm. Her hand is warm and her touch is gentle. How American of her. So I actually just watched the video. I'm actually, maybe I posted it in the Discord. I'm not sure. I feel like I did. But that seems like a very like weird thing for them to say. But I posted a video about someone who is natively born Japanese talking about that Japanese people don't really show physical signs of affection or any kind of affection, really. They do when they get like more like intimate and more romantic, but that's even in private settings. So the fact that she like patted him on the arm at all is an American gesture, because is a quote-unquote American gesture, because Japanese do not do that apparently, which is bizarre to think about. That's a culture shock thing that happened for me. But yeah, that video should be in the Discord. It's by Mrs. Eats. She is funny. They're pretty strict about this kind of thing, I guess. I think it's less that it's strict, it's more that it's like societal for them to be like everything needs to be in line and in order. It's very uniform and corporate. If you think it's weird that the Japanese don't show any physical affection, just wait till you hear about the British. What about the British? I was over there. You guys seem pretty American to me. Last time someone in England was touched, the Queen died. This is a joke that I do not understand. She's right. Getting emotional will not solve anything. Need to calm down. Ojisuke.
そもそも原因が違うのに必ず同じ結果に至るというのが解せない。
The joke is that we're all repressed weirdos? Hmm. I like the joke that Tress having killed her by shaking hands with her, by shaking hands with her way funnier. I still don't understand this joke. I do not understand British politics yet.
マユリの死の原因は桐生萌香が発砲するじゃなくてもっとマクロなことなんじゃない？タイムマシンを作ったことか、あるいはセルンにハッキングしたことがバレたことあたりね。
Liz Truss met the Queen and she died 2 days later. Oh. So her canon event was shaking her hand. That's what you're saying?
So その結果としてマユリが死ぬ。そう考えるなら因果は歪んでないって言える。
前に背中を押されて電車にひかれるのもそれで説明でき。
あ、そっか。でも因果律は絶対のルールなのよ。それを否定したら全ての物理学も否定されてしまう。
So what they're saying right now is that Mayuri is dying as an effect of something that was caused. We thought we could change the cause by trying to get her away from the thing, but no matter what the effect happens, she dies today on Friday the 13th. So what needs to happen is that we need to find the true cause of her death. And that's gonna be hard because we don't know why she's dying. And my guess is that Mayuri wants to die because she feels like she's not needed anymore. So I'm thinking that what we need to do is we need to convince Mary that she can't leave yet. Because she said right before she dies, hey, you don't need me anymore. So I think she truly believes that, and because she believes that, she dies. The cause of her death is the bullet? Shut up, filler.
だから必ずマユリが死ぬのには原因がある。
その原因さえわかるならなんとかなるかも。
そうでもない。
どういうことだ。
その原因となる出来事がいつ起こったというのが問題になってくる。あまり時間が経っているようだと対処できないわ。
Okay, I'm here. You didn't really miss anything yet.
タイムリープマシンがあるから。
Is that aimbot?
携帯電話を持っている時代の範囲内ならどこへでも戻れるはずだろう。
No, she's talking about if it happened when we were children. If the event for her to die happened when we were children, then you can't do anything about that.
戻れない。予測だけど、タイムリープマシンは一度に最長で48時間しか跳躍できないと思う。
48 hours? I can only go back 2 days?
なぜ今さらそんなことを。
今さらってタイムリープマシンが完成したのはついさっきじゃない。
I think he means any other version of the timeline version of you, but in that case, there was no time. There was no reason to tell you that. That's true.
5時間後のお前も言わなかった。
あ、そういうことか。言い出すタイミングがなかったのかも。
で、48時間しか飛べない理由は？
わからない。私もマシンのすべての原理や構造を理解して作ったわけじゃないから。連続での跳躍は可能よ。タイムリープマシンが存在している限りね。例えば10年後までタイムリープマシンが壊れずに残っていたのなら10年の時間を遡ってくることはできる。単純計算で1825回タイムリープする必要があるからかなりのリスクになりそうだけど、とにかく理論上は可能なの。
If you said something then I just didn't hear it. No, I didn't say anything. I was processing. You probably saw my model move is because I was tapping on the desk.
だったら何も問題は。
大あり。言ったでしょ。タイムリープマシンが存在している限りって。
You saw the gears turning in your head? Indeed. The gears of time have already begun to turn against you.
あのマシンはいつ完成した？
あ、
そう。ほんの1時間前。2010年8月13日の午後2時ぐらい。それ以前には存在していない。マシンを使うのは今日の2時以降じゃないと不可能なのよ。
つまり過去方向へは
Count 48 hours back.
8月11日の14時までしか行けないと。
Kurusu nods. Her expression is grave.
おそらく。
改良できないのか？
将来的にできるかもしれないけど、今のこの状況じゃ無理。
Yeah, we definitely don't have the time for that. We have 5 hours.
もっときちんとした設備のあるところでお金をたくさん使ってきちんとしたパーツを使えばなんとかなるかもしれないけど、それをやろうとしてもどうせセルンに潰されると思う。未来の私かあんたが未だにタイムリープしてきていないという回で証明終了かな。
So basically,
結局何もできないということではないか。
Don't worry, Kurisu. Raid Shadow Legends will sponsor anyone.
タイムリープマシンがあっても5時間後にマユリがセルに殺される運命は結局避けられないのかよ。
At that moment, I hear a sound from outside the window. The fuck was that? Is it Moeka? Did she overhear us? No, it's gotta be Suzuha, right? We were yelling. It had to be Suzuha. It's Suzuha. Yeah. Her bicycle has fallen over and she's scurrying to pick it up. Her eyes me. Why does she look so pale? Her lips move slightly. Oh. It's like she's whispering something, but I can't make it out from here.
What?
I call out to Suzuha, but she leaves on her bike and zips away. She's acting strange. That was weird. I smell a conspiracy. I don't know about a conspiracy, but that was weird. Suzuha has helped us in every version of Friday the 13th, so we can't... I don't think she's an enemy. But something's going on with her. Moeka was a spy. Could Suzuha be the same? That doesn't make sense. Don't lie, Okabe. Conspiracies only give a mild scent. What do you think conspiracies smell like, chat? It's too dangerous to trust anyone. Suzuha has exhibited suspicious behavior before, though not as much as Moeka has. Brother, she's helped you literally every version of this day. She's openly hostile towards Kurisu, and she's able to take down certain hit squads single-handedly. Are you not listening to yourself? Like gelatin? That's funny. Expensive cologne. I wonder if this missing father of hers really exists. Conspiracy smell like sweaty men. That's also a good possibility. Could he be the John Titor that has been posting on the internet? What is the meaning of the name Barrel Titor? Instinct tells me that she knows something. I dash out of the lab.
ちょっと、どこ行くの?
I know I don't have much of a chance of catching her on foot. What? I know I don't have much chance of catching her on foot, but I have to try. There's something going on here. This is a completely new sequence of events. According to my memories of the future, Suzuha is supposed to remain at Brontu workshop until 6:30. When she overheard me talking to Kurisu, she suddenly took off like a bat out of hell. This has to mean something. Suzuha is already out of sight, but when she left, she was headed for the Chudori. That was Chuodori. I wonder if her phone is on.
Suzuha が聞きたいことがある。
きっと私のせいだ。
何?
What's your fault?
私が甘えてたせいで。
Huh?
だから今度こそ私行くよ。
Huh?
それじゃ。
Eh?
お、Suzuha! おい!
The parents you are dialing do not love you. It's happening again. She's gonna disappear. Last time I lost sight of her near the station. I searched up and down Chuodori, but find no trace of Suzuha or her bike. I have to be careful. There could already be rounders here in Akiba. I come in the area around the station's main exit, but there's no sign of her anywhere. 2036 is when Portal 3 will be released. I lost sight of her before, so I thought she might be close by. Maybe I should corner her on my next time leap and press her for answers before she can escape. I gotta get back to the lab. I start walking away from the station, but just then, people around me gasp and point. Everyone's looking up at the sky. No, not the sky. The satellite embedded in the roof of Radicon. Why now? It's been there for 2 weeks. It's practically a landmark now. But everyone looks like they're seeing it for the first time. So I turn and look up at it too. Someone inside? Who? It's not Kiryu Moeka. The satellite has remained silent throughout all previous time leaps. What has changed? Obviously, the fact that wait! I can't even go back and check. Fuck. I mean, I could, but I have to reload a save, and I don't know what save that occurred on. There was one timeline where the fucking spaceship disappeared, and I can't remember if that was because Suzuha left. Did Suzuha leave in the spaceship? Is that what happened? There was one thing where there was one version of the timeline where Mayuri texts us, and Mayuri goes, hey, they said the satellite in Radicon disappeared. We don't know what happened to it. And I can't remember if that happened, but because we erased it. And I think the only reason why it got erased was because we stopped Suzuha from leaving. So I guess that makes sense. I believe that was because that was the case when you were trailing Suzuha to prevent her from leaving after she didn't find her dad. Does that mean Suzuha is a fucking alien? But why was her spaceship crashed into the thing, and then why was the satellite thing on top of the roof in the original world line? Previously, I lost sight of her at the station. In other words, right next to Radicon. Suzuha must be up there. Suzuha was a Martian from Mars the whole time. Everyone's staring at the satellite. This is my chance to sneak in without being noticed. The shutters are half open, just as they were when I confronted Moeka. I summon my courage and crawl through the crack. When I get inside, the first thing I see is Suzuha's bike lying on the floor. Oh my god, she's going back to Jupiter to get more stupider. What is she trying to do? What is that satellite? How is it related to John Titor? Is it even a satellite? Nobody knows for sure. Checked online, no satellites fell out of orbit that day. When they do, whether by accident or by design, they usually burn up in the atmosphere. It's impossible for one to land in such perfect condition. Just what is this then? Also, the building would be way more destroyed if this shit fell from space. Like, this whole entire area would be fucked up if it fell from space. The kinetic energy that carried from falling from space would fuck up this entire area. It's by design, I'm pretty sure. It would have to be, because that'd be pretty fucked up. What's that one Call of Duty weapon where like they just drop a metal rod from space and it destroys everything? Velocity, gravity, you know, science shit. A jolt suddenly runs through. Is it called Hammer of God or some shit? A jolt suddenly runs through my body. Could it be a time machine? There's only one way to know for sure. I need to get there before Suzuha does something. I've not played Call of Duties except for World War. I've never played a Call of... Or, that's not true. I have played Call of Duty. But I don't like shooters, so I haven't really played Call of Duty. And the one that I'm talking about is like probably like really old at this point. Probably over 10 years. Holy shit, chairs. We should steal these chairs for the lab. The elevator and the escalator aren't operating, so I bound up the stairs 2 at a time. My lungs gas, my legs burn, but I forced my body to carry me up to the top floor. There's a satellite lodged in Radicon's roof. I noticed the wires holding it in place. The police must have done this so it wouldn't fall. There's a hatch open on the side of the machine. I see something moving inside. The person freezes when I shout. I run to the satellite. 50% CFG achievement. Suzuha turns to me with a sad expression. Behind her, I see the interior of the satellite. It's bigger on the inside. Surprisingly simple, without the switches and buttons you'd expect. Instead, there's a black box with this, the size of a desktop PC, and the numbers are on the screen are 2010 08 13, and below are 1975. 1975. August 15th, 1975. The blast wave from a 40-foot meteor could extend for several miles, causing damage to buildings, infrastructure, and potentially triggering fires. Yeah, so it basically we're saying that we're proving scientifically that it did not fall from the sky. So the shit just appeared here, which means she fucked up her landing. Suzuha reaches out to press a button. Sparks burst from the panel. She jerks back. Her fingertips burned.
何をしている
動かない
動かし方を知っているのか
She doesn't reply. I see her shoulder sag.
動かないよ
I don't think this is the first time a date from the 70s is mentioned, right? I don't remember anything mentioned from the 70s. Not specifically. There was all those incidents with the Jellymen, but I didn't think those dates were important. The sparks had to be from an electrical short. My eyes are burning from the smoke.
答えろ天音鈴は
I swallow hard, then ask the question.
これは
Time machine だ。
お前はタイムトラベラーなのか
With her head hung low, Suzuha nods.
私が
From the past?
ジョン・タイターだよ
Ah. So you're John Titor. Then why were you being a freak? That is my question. Why are you being a freak? Boom. John Titor was a woman the whole time. I mean, it's not really that surprising. John is the most common first name. Motherfucker might as well be named John Smith. What do you mean a freak? We were texting John Titor, remember? They were like, "Oh, I want you to be the Messiah." That's fucking weird. No one told you to be weird. The IBM Basic Programming Language was made in 1972. Oh, well, I didn't remember the date because that didn't sound fucking important at all. The IBM 51 was invented in 1973 and made public in 1975. Yeah. All right. It didn't sound, the dates specifically did not sound important, so I didn't remember them. Well, although I did know the game is about time travel, so maybe I should have paid more closer attention to the dates. Go figure. I'm trying to think if anything clicks now that we have confirmation that she's John Titor, and I don't think it does. She was being weird. Oh my god, cheap viewers! Chat! Cheap viewer! Oh, it's gone. Oh, sorry, chat. You guys can't get any more cheap viewers. Sorry about that.
Wow.
No, I don't think anything clicks specifically because we know she's John Titor. I think the identity of John Titor was kind of irrelevant. In fact, I think even if we didn't know who John Titor was for the rest of the fucking game, I don't think it would have mattered. I don't think it would have changed anything. When's living room minimum coming in? For VOD watchers, the bot's name was living room maximum. Ash Blossom living room maximum. It's more that it got called by the haunted. because they got banished. No, I don't think the identity of John Titor mattered that much. We just know that she was being a fucking weirdo. There's still a big crowd outside, so we exit the building from on the side, facing away from the station.
Hello there.
Hello, Whis. Also, I guess that explains why she doesn't like Kurisu. That clicks. That makes sense. Because if she's John Titor, then she came from 2036, I think it was. She came from 2036. And she knows that Kurisu has something to do with that, which explains why she doesn't like Kurisu. That's why she says it's already been proven, and that's why she said this is a prediction. The John Titor was an anime girl? I fucking knew it. Yep. There you go. John Titor is officially your waifu. Does anything else click? No, I don't think so. Well, then I guess that raises, I'm looking at my notes. I guess that raises the question about who her father is and why she's looking for him in fucking here. No ways, I do not have those moments. Usually in Balatro, if I have an it's so over moment, it's over because it's over. So now the question is, who is Beryl Titor? Who is Beryl Titor? That is the question now. Also, no, I did change my background. You guys saw it. Anyway, Suza has calmed down, so I start pressing her for answers. Alright, let's see what we can get out of this.
そのまんまの意味だよ。アットチャンネルに書き込んでたジョン・タイターはさ、私なの。
I guess, we probably could have figured that out if she said her father went by Beryl Titor, but I'm not really worried about this revelation. This revelation probably doesn't, like, it's probably the least meaningful revelation we've had so far. Suza smiles humorously. Humorlessly.
カムフラージュの意味もあるんだよね。
何から隠れようとしていた？
セルン。
I mean, she was being weird from the... It just kind of makes sense. I'm actually surprised I didn't figure this out sooner. That's how not surprising this revelation is.
ジョン・タイターとして書き込んだことはもしかして。
そう。一部を除いてほとんどが事実。
But the reason why I didn't figure this out sooner is because I didn't give a shit who John Titor was. It didn't matter. I think the hints are a little stronger in the anime. I think the hints here were just fine. I just wasn't focused on trying to figure out who John Titor was because it didn't matter. It never mattered who John Titor was. Like, there is at no point where you need to know the identity of John Titor. So it wasn't on my list of priorities. It mattered to me. Well, Filler, shut up. I mean, the part about Suza being a time traveler. Not that she was John Titor, that I didn't see. Ah, well. Yeah, no, I just wasn't really focused on it. I don't think I gave a shit, so. Which just lets me know that I need to have a wider scope of what I'm dealing with if I want to figure stuff out like that. But no, I didn't really care, so I'm not really worried about this revelation. Anyway, it's those exceptions that bother me.
お前は2036年から来たというのか。あの人工衛星、いやタイムマシンに乗って。
The number one way to win any argument is to tell the other person to shut up. That's the number one way to lose an argument. If your argument is shut up, you lost. You lost that argument.
本当は正体明かさないままでいようと思ったんだけどさ。よりによってマシンが故障してるなんて。
Yes, I know I just contradicted myself and I told Phila to shut up. Does it make me right? I wasn't hoping you I was hoping you wouldn't find out, but my time machine went and broke on me.
完全に私の失策だ。
What do you mean? Shut up is such a clever comeback? Is it though?
だがタイターのタイムマシンは
No, it isn't. Shut up.
積まれていたはず。
シボルエ車だっけ。それどこからの情報。
2000年に現れたタイターが自分でそう言った。
2000年。
He's talking about his original world line.
それもしかすると別の世界線の私かもね。少なくとも私は2000年には行ってない。2036年からまっすぐここに来た。
It was someone else. It's true that Tito never posted in 2000, not in the current world line. Doesn't matter, I can worry about that later.
お前は何を
Philly,
知っている。
Phila, you have the books. Excuse me, you have the books. Is there a possibility that that any of the books reference the fact that Tito might be a woman? Not that it matters, but I'm just curious. I press use for answers, trapping her between me and the wall so she can't escape. I think at this point she can't escape anyway.
さっき俺とクリスの話を聞いていたな。なぜあんなに慌ててタイムマシンに向かった。お前は何をしようとしたんだ。
私のせいかと思って。
何
Is that fucking Natsuki in the background? You see that on the left? There's a whole ass pink-haired anime girl in the background. Is that fucking in right here? There, right next to her is a purple-haired anime girl. Is that fucking Natsuki in Yuki from Doki Doki Literature Club?
私がここでのんびりしてたせいでセルンの好きにさせちゃったんだ。ねえ、本当なの？
Susan suddenly grabs my shoulders.
椎名真由里があと数時間後にセルンに殺されるって本当
？Most likely an internet entertainment lawyer by the name of Larry Harbour, who claims to be in contact with John Tito's mother, or Larry's brother, who works in tech, would have info about the IBM 5100.
事実だ。俺は5時間後からタイムリープしてきた。
タイムリープ。君たちのタイムマシン完成したんだ。
それより答えろ。お前の生徒はどういうことなんだ。
Susan bites her lip and looks away.
全部話すよ。私のこと。
We also need to know why we have a direct line from our building to CERN, but we'll worry about that later.
話さなくちゃいけないと思う。君とマキセ・クリスには。
Kurisu? Why Kurisu? Guess I'll find out if I let Susan talk. We should head back to the lab. But first, I offer Susan my handkerchief. She looks at me for a second, then takes and ties it around her burned hand.
Thank you.
She should probably see a doctor about her hand, but there's no time for that. Mayuri's death is approaching. I hope she's not in too much pain. I wrap a towel around her hand to keep people from I wrap a towel around her hand to keep people around us from staring. Why would they stare?
Ah, Okari, okaeri. Suzu-san mo issho datta nda ne.
Why are you here? Wait, is someone fucking dying? Please? Right, you gotta be here sooner. I guess technically that happened. You wouldn't have been able to be here when this happened, so I guess I can't blame you for that one. Because that happened when we were in the fucking time loop of death. You were asleep because you had school, so I guess I can't really blame you for that one. But when we get to the lab, Mary and Daru are there for some reason. Why are y'all here? Thought I sent them home. Mary gives me a ditzy answer when I ask them.
やっぱりね、スーパー電話レンジちゃんの完成祝いはするべきだよ。ということで、ダルくんと二人で買い出ししてね、帰ってきたの。
How many timelines are we on? We're still on the same one from when the last time you saw. We just been through a time loop of Mayuri fucking dying over and over again. I should have known she would have stayed away. Kurisa looks as worried as I am. She leans close and whispers in my ear. Well, at this point, you might as well tell him. You don't lose anything for telling him.
マユリには絶対事情を知られないようにするんだ。
Why would her not finding out matter at this point? Like, what are we trying to avoid? Like, I don't understand what we're trying to avoid here. Kurusu nods slightly.
何こそこそ話してるん?
Bro, would you be able to tell someone they're about to get fucking shot? Yes. Very easily, actually. If it's avoidable, I wouldn't. But it concerns her. It concerns her life. I think the person in whose life it concerns should probably know they're about to fucking die. I mean, she's gonna die anyway, so no matter what you do, why let her live in panic? Because, well, if you're considering it that way, then it doesn't matter what you do. You might as well tell her. It'll help you plan for a better possibility. Because if no matter what, we're just gonna time leap back to a point where we can try to save her. So it doesn't matter if you put it that way. What fucking plans could Mayuri of all people give? You keep doing that. Y'all motherfuckers keep sleeping on Mayuri, but Mayuri is not stupid. Just because she can't handle the bigger concepts doesn't mean she's stupid. In fact, most of the stuff that's happened in this in the game where we get stuck at, Mayuri has provided the answer. In fact, telling Mayuri may be the reason we figure out what's causing her death in the first place. Because because of my previous experience with anime and whatnot. Now let the innocent girl be innocent. Bro, y'all, I can't with y'all. This is the worst plan ever. This is the same thing as trying to do it yourself. I told y'all the first person I would have told is fucking Suzuha. Hey, some shit's about to go down because she helped us in the other timeline. She helped us in the other timeline, so like obviously that's the first person we should have told. Kurisu is probably a good second choice. Nod, win, head ass. I'm just saying. Just put some duct tape on the timeline. I'm telling you, this is a terrible plan. Not letting her know that she's about to fucking die. Because I can tell you right now what would happen. We'll tell her that she's about to die, and she'll probably go, "Oh, that's okay." Based on my previous experience in anime, I guarantee you that Mayuri dies because she's okay with dying. If we make it so she doesn't want to die, the causality stops. If we're gonna go with anime bullshit, there might be an actual scientific reason, but right now that's the reason I'm betting on right now, which means we should tell her we don't want you to fucking die. Just hit the timeline with a wrench a few times and upgrade it to tier 2. I think that just means she dies faster. I've been thinking about this from yesterday, but you reloading a new time loop when you wouldn't, I just made me a new branch because of different outcomes of her death. Technically, nothing would have changed. It wasn't a real choice. Normally, I wouldn't do shit like that, but it was something I would have done in that situation. I just didn't realize that I had the choice because the game did not allude to that. But if I had the option of calling my area, that's what I would have done. Yeah, but that choice wasn't a real choice.
Ah,
何度も言うが、完成祝いはしない。
オカリ、付き合い悪いよ。
Are you stuck in a time loop, or you're intentionally making a time loop to prevent her death? We're the latter. We're intentionally making a time loop to prevent her death.
そういう問題ではなく。
Glance at Suzuha. She still looks depressed.
すずさん、元気ないけどどうかしたの？
これから俺とクリスティーナと鈴葉で重要な話をする予定でな。だからお前たちには帰ってもらったのだ。
マユシーも聞きたいよ。
See? Oh, come on, bro.
いや、マユシ、空気読んだ方がよくね。
でも、すずさん落ち込んでるみたいだし、なんだかね、マユシーは心配なのです。
Now, on the other hand, I totally understand why you don't want to tell this adorable face right here, hey, you're gonna fucking die. But I don't know. If it helps prevent her death, maybe we should tell her. That's one thing we haven't tried yet.
ごめんね。
Suzuha hangs her head and bites her lip. I know she feels responsible for Mayuri's death. But how is she related? That's what I'm here to find out.
椎名真由里と橋田至にも聞いてもらいたい。二人にも関係ある話だと思うし。
Thank you. I was talking from the perspective of in this particular world line. I think they're planning on time leaping soon, so do that first before you tell her. I don't actually remember for sure. I did not process any of what you just said, and I'm not going to read it a second time. If Suzuha says so, then I have no objections. But I quietly pull her aside and remind her not to tell them about Mary's impending death. Why? Then I quickly explain Suzuha's true identity, that she's posted on the channel as John Titor, and that satellite is really a time machine that she came in from the year 2036. All right, drop this exposition.
未来人すげえ。マジパネっす。握手してもらっていいですか？
ダル、遊びではないんだぞ。
すずさんは何年生まれなの？
Hello, Natty. Natty, I have a question for you, dude. We're in a time loop. We're intentionally making a time loop right now. The girl on the left here, she keeps fucking dying. Now, my chat has told me that they would not tell this poor girl that she's about to fucking die. And I disagree with them. I think that we've been to several time loops where we've tried to save her ourselves and it has not happened. This is this current time loop is the first time loop where we're actually asking our friends for help. I think we should tell her that she's about to fucking die. I don't know. That's just me. Look her eyes and tell her she's going to get shot. Matey, you're going to fucking die unless we do something about it. Do you have any ideas of what we can do? Do you have any ideas on what the issue could be? Yes, tell her thank you. Nah, fuck it, I'm telling her thank you. I cannot be the only one. We watched her die more than, like, he said more than half a dozen times, which means like at least 8 times, probably more. Like, love, you're gonna die. We need to do something about this. What year were you born? That's a good question. What year was she born? 2017. God, she's a baby.
7年後なんだ。まだ生まれてないのにここにいるんだね。
2017, the fuck? Wait, yeah, no, I told you, there's time shit going on. There's no time to deal with Mary's confusion.
それで鈴葉、詳しく話してもらおうか。
って言っても、タイターとして
Where year does this take place? We're currently in 2010.
私は2036年の未来から来た。その時代はセルンによって支配されたディストピアで、争いは完全に消えたけど、人々は自由を奪われてる。ディストピア？
極端な管理社会、全体主義。マユリがバナナを食べたいと思っても、今日がバナナを食べていい日でなければ食べることは許されない。もし食べたら裁判なしで実刑。そんな社会ってところ。
That's a great way to explain that.
それは困るよ。マユシーはバナナ大好きなのに。
Forget about the bananas. Oh.
私はさ、セルンの支配からの解放のために戦うレジスタンスなの。
What? But banana eating day was yesterday. Damn. Chat, we missed banana eating day. How does she even die? It depends. But all we know is that on Friday the 13th of August in 2010, she fucking dies. It doesn't matter. So far, it has not mattered what we do. We've tried to leave the city. We've tried to leave different cities. We tried to take the train. We tried to go in a taxi. It doesn't matter what we do. She fucking dies on August 13th. Banana day sounds awesome if you ask me, but we can eat bananas whenever we want. I don't want a government-sanctioned banana day.
この時代にタイムトラベルしてきたのは、そんな今を。
What ways has she died? Most of the time she gets shot, but there's that one time that little girl pressed her into a train, and I will not forgive her for that. There was that one time where we were in a taxi cab and some dude just got in and stabbed her. She got hit by a car. Change the future. I'll change the future! Just a song, she's joking.
じゃあ、お父さんを探してるっていうのは、あれは嘘だったのかな?
Oh, sure, Mary isn't Diablo? King Crimson. Does that mean it really was a lie? You were trying to find your father? It couldn't be
セルン
that.
は研究機関であって権力を持つ統治機関じゃない。私は何度もネット上でジョン・タイターにそう訴えてきた。
Damn, she's not seen the 2020s, has she? Online.
まさかお前栗ご飯とカメハメハか。
Huh? All right, that threw me off. I was not expecting her to be her. She fucking likes Dragon Ball. Kurisu turns red and looks away.
タイターの中の人が名乗り出たんだから私も名乗り出ないとフェアじゃないでしょ。
ならば俺もそれに習おう。俺は王院京馬というマナで。
それは知ってる。あ、ハモった。
Suza frowns. She must not like having anything in common with Kurisu. She clears her throat and continues.
セルンは2036年でも研究機関だよ。
Holy shit, Okabe was hoeing Kyoma this whole time? No one could have figured this out. That wasn't even in my notes. There's no way I was able to figure that one out.
世界を支配してるのはセルンのバックにいる300人委員会ってやつら。
300人委員会実在したのか。
The name was in CERN's top secret documents.
セルンがタイムマシーン開発に成功したことで彼らは時間っていう4つ目の次元に干渉できる唯一の存在になった。その結果たった2年で世界の秩序は全て塗り替えられたってわけ。
Just 2 years. That's only an objective time. I bet CERN's time travelers spent many decades leaping back and forth across history, building the foundation of CERN's rule.
そんでもってマキセ・クリス。
Plot twist, Okabe is her dad? I hope that's not the case, because that would be boring. Isn't the Committee of 300 in Chaos headed also? Probably. I mean, it is a prequel to this game, apparently.
2036年において君はタイムマシンの母として崇敬されている。
崇敬？
日本語で OK。
崇敬、崇め、敬われているってこと。
She keeps using unusual vocabulary. Or maybe that's normal vocabulary in 2036?
敬われてって。私が
2010年にタイムリープの概念を史上初めて発見し、その後もセルンのタイムマシン開発に貢献した人物。それが私の聞かされたマキセ・クリスっていう人間よ。
Is that why she treats Kurisu like an enemy?
ならば俺がタイムマシンの父だな。
岡部倫太郎はテロリスト扱いされてる。結構有名。
Hey! Nah, man, that's kind of sick. In a dystopian future, you're a terrorist? A really infamous terrorist? That's kind of sick. Seriously? I'm a terrorist in the future?
私がセルンでタイムマシン開発に携わるっていうこと？信じられない。セルンは人体実験までしてるのよ。科学者の風上にも置けないそんな連中のところになんて行くつもりはない。
Rick, Okabe asked if you have an eye patch.
でも未来ではそうなってた。
未来の私はなんて言ってた？
会ったことは一度もないよ。それに2036年にはもう亡くなってたし。
If that's the case, then I can only imagine that CERN took her, forced her to work on the time machine, killed her, and then did some other shit.
今 さらっとすごいこと言われ
Like
た。
it's propaganda type deal.
私って50歳まで生きられないってこと？
私の時代では極端に長生きの人と不審な亡くなり方をする若い人の2種類がいた。セルンに逆らうような言動をする人はどんどん消されていった。
私も。
Suzuha looks in Kurisu's eyes. For once, she's not glaring at Kurisu.
もしかしたら君もセルンに利用されたのかもしんないね。例えば両親を人質に取られて無理やり研究させられたとか。
Yeah, I mean, I figured that out.
嘘。ママが危ないの？
Kurisu's mother is in America. It's not terribly difficult to imagine CERN kidnapping her while Kurisu is away. After all, I watched Moika kill Mayuri in cold blood.
ラウンダー。
何それ？
セルンの傭兵部隊というところか。
Suzuha nods.
名目上はセルンとは独立した技術調査班って位置づけだけどさ、実態は汚れ役もこなす何でもや。
According to Moika, they have two chief duties. First, to acquire IBM 5100s and the only computers that can access CERN's secret database. Rounders is basically baseball. Yeah, it is a baseball term. I don't know about the game rounders that Filler's talking about, but it is a baseball term. Second, to find promising scientists in the field of time travel and force them to cooperate with CERN or eliminate them if they will not.
やっぱりこの時代にもすでに存在してるんだね。私はずっとラウンダーの連中と戦ってたんだ。
汚れ役ってことはまさか誘拐とか暗殺とかも。
Suzuha looks at me with question in her eyes. I shake my head.
私の時代ではそういうこともしてた。今はまだそこまでしてないんじゃないかな。
See, this is outwardly lying, and this doesn't do anything. This is not projective to the group. This is the dumbest shit ever. I really like, you know how much shit would get done if people just actually told other people the fucking truth? Why are we doing this? This is the dumbest shit ever. Even if you don't want to tell Mayuri that she's gonna die, you should be able to tell them that CERN does assassinations. Everyone in this room should know that their life is in fucking danger. They was visibly relieved.
ねえ、あまねさん。あなたさっき、ジョン・タイターとして語ったことは、ほぼすべて事実だって言ったよね。
そうだよ。
ということは、あなたは世界の構造について把握してるっていうこと？エベレット・ホイーラーモデル、いわゆる多世界解釈で説明できるって、あなたは書いていたはず。
あれはフェイク情報。セルンに目をつけられないためのカムフラージュ。本当の中に嘘を一つ混ぜると途端に全体が嘘くさく見えるんだ。
じゃあ把握はしてないのね。
してるよ。2036年ではさ、世界の構造は解明されてるんだ。多世界解釈じゃなかった。
本当に？
Yes, there's no parallel
詳しく
worlds.
教えて。
アトラクタフィールド。
そう。
What does that mean, though?
岡部にはメールで直接教えたよね。
それ、どんな解釈なの？
世界は世界線とアトラクタフィールドでできてる。
What is... Okay. Suzuha walks over to Mayuri's sewing table and picks up a ball of red yarn. Why does she have yarn at a sewing table? She holds one end of the yarn and drops the ball to the floor, and then holds about a meter of yarn in front of her face.
世界の構造はより糸みたいなものなの。いくつもの可能性世界線が重ね合わせの状態になってて、常に無限個に枝分かれしてってるわけ。全体を見ると一本に見えるけど、ミクロなレベルだとより細い糸が絡み合うように世界を構成してる。
Holy shit, the world is Kirby's epic yarn? Aw, fuck, that means we're all screwed. That means Kirby's gonna inhale and become everything.
「そして最終的にはそれらの細い糸は一つに収束する。経過は違うけど結果は同じになる。
それって決定論じゃないの？
I don't believe in this.
近いかもね。でももうちょっとアバウト。多世界解釈とコペンハーゲン解釈のいいとこ取りって感じ。
Okay.
分岐はするが結末は同じ。ということは世界は結局一つなのか。
そういうこと。で、その収束範囲内にある世界線の束がアトラクタフィールド。
Cherry picks? Holy shit, the universe reads the Bible?
アトラクタフィールドもたくさんある。このより糸はアトラクタフィールドアルファ。範囲内にあるのはアルファ世界線。
Are you guys ready for some MS Paint drawing? Oops. Oops. I keep doing that. I haven't used MS Paint in a couple of years. One of the ways I used to spend time killing time at one of my jobs was to just was to just doodle in MS Paint. Shit, I did it again. What else did I have? I had the purple one and the pink. Let's make it gross, like a weird, gross brown color. Can I not zoom in? All right. You know, at times like this, one of those posh drawing tablets would be cool. I do have a drawing tablet, but you know how much shit would fuck up if I tried to plug it in right now. it would I would have to disconnect one of my monitors and plug it in, and it would fuck everything up. Like I don't even know what the setup would look like anymore. All right, so if we're staying congruent to this. Hey, look, 92. I don't know why that showed up. That was weird. If we're staying congruent to this, right? So we have the red. No, let's start with the black one. So what the game is saying right now I didn't put the blue one in here, but it doesn't matter. So, what the game is saying right now is that the worlds are basically more or less parallel. They're basically more or less parallel. Things change slightly, but nothing ever changed to an amazing an amazing degree. Things change slightly, but for the most part, everything changes is the same thing. It's basically parallel worlds, except for one moment in time that just happens no matter what. And at the moment, for us, that is. Oops. Okay. All right, MS Paint. Thank you. See, this is what the game is telling me right now. I assume we're nearing the end. Apparently, we're halfway through because I got half of the CGIs just now. So what I'm understanding is that the main world line that we originally started on got diverged when we changed to Christina's world line, but it didn't necessarily change the world. It was just the same thing, right? Basically a canon event. So when Kurisu lived in the timeline, we just jumped to a different world line, which is still on the main timeline. And then we tried to do the lotto ticket, but we failed. But we tried to do the lotto ticket, so we jumped to the next world line, which is the green one. And then Moeka tried to get her new phone, and then we jumped to a different world line. But no matter whatever happens, that the canon event will always be that Mayuri fucking dies. That's what the game is telling us right now. Then cuts meter lengths of blue, yellow, and white yarn.
青がアトラクタフィールとベータで、黄色がガンマで、白がデルタとして、それぞれベータ世界線やガンマ世界線やデルタ世界線を範囲内にたくさん内包してる。それこそ何億っていう数をね。
He twists the different colored strings together, then stretches them out as one fat multicolored string.
アトラクタフィールドもこんな風にいくつも重ね合わせ状態になってる。 それぞれのアトラクタフィールドごとでは起きる事象も収束する結果も違う。干渉性は喪失してるわけ。それぞれが独立を保ってる。
So each canon event is different from other canon events.
元をたどれば一つだし、アトラクタフィールドもさらにマクロな視点で見れば収束するけど、そのスパンは何百年っていうレベルなんだ。より大きな分岐と見ればいいかな。
You can think of it. Oh, she just continued saying it, just didn't play the dialogue. But you can think of the attractive fields as very long world lines.
エロゲに例えたらどういうこと？教えて、エロい人。
Yes, please explain with cute girls.
エロい人なんていない。
いや、エロゲに例えるのは間違っていない。ヒロイン個別ルートがアトラクターフィールドで、その中に出てくる細かい選択肢がそれぞれの世界線だ。
Holy shit, Miguel's the one that's been killing Mayuri. I guess no matter what happens, we cannot get rid of this fucking emote. I don't get it. Have you seen Spider-Verse? How'd you do the Canon event meme? First off, that is one of my favorite movies of all time, so you should definitely check out that movie. I mean, I only saw the first one. The second one is one of my favorite movies of all time. You should definitely check it out. But basically, what the idea here is that the idea is that something has to happen in order for the timelines to stay consistent and not world destruction happens. So in this case, the canon event is Mayuri dying, but in order for the timeline to stay correct, she has to die. So the joke here is that, if to over-explain it real quick, is that Miguel is the one, Spider-Man 2099 is the one that killing Mayuri to make sure that the canon, that it stays fucking canon. So we all have to agree that Mary dies. You have to play this sound. I mean, yes. I honestly expected you guys to do it sooner, to be honest. Because we already made the canon event joke. It scares me every time, but I love it. It's so funny.
しかし最後には必ずトゥルールートに入って
Miguel was the one who stabbed her in the taxi. He said it was a knife, but it was really his claws the whole time.
共通ルートが長いか短いか、それが問題だ。ちなみに僕だったら、せっかくだから妹キャラのアトラクタフィールドを
I have a question, chat. Would Miguel say Okabe, or would he say Hyoin? Please do not do that, because then I'll start to get annoyed of it, and then I'll have to either turn it down or take it away. So let's not spam it. Miguel will call him boy. I mean, he calls Miles by his name. Miles is. Miguel give you $5 to the kid to push her off the train. I know you were joking, but I just want to make sure that we know to not spam.
勝手にしろ。
ダメだこいつら。早くなんとかしないと。
That's the third time you've done that.
私にはそのエロゲってのがよくわかんないんだけど。
真剣に受け取らなくていいわよ。
So let me get this straight. The reason I can't save Mayuri is that her death is an event upon which it is a canon event. But that means that the world really is killing Mayuri.
でもさ、それじゃ未来を変えるなんて無理じゃね？結局収束しちゃうんでしょ？何をしたって結果は同じじゃん。
porn, Susaha. He's talking about porn. The image of a guy like Miguel giving a child a crisp fiver to fucking murder someone is too funny. Yes. But then isn't it impossible to change the feature? It's always converged in the end, right? No matter what you do, the result is the same. No, that depends on what the attractor field is. Whatever the Canon event is, they're saying that you can't change that, and that's not strictly true. We have no proof that we can change it, but we have no proof that we can't change it either. That's what Miri does, no matter how many times I leave.
今、私たちがいるアトラクタフィールドアルファの範囲外に出るの。
範囲外？
つまり、アトラクタフィールドベータにあるベータ世界線に飛び移るってこと。
干渉できないんじゃ。
アトラクタフィールド同士が完全に分岐しちゃったらね。でもまさに分岐しようとしている瞬間なら。
分岐する瞬間、それが今だっていうこと？
ダイバージェンスが大きく変わる分岐点は2010年にあるって私は教わった。2000年や1991年並みのものすごい大分岐が起きて、アトラクタフィールドレベルで枝分かれするって。
I'm trying to think about what she's talking about. Do we know about what the event is? And I can't. Nothing's coming to mind at the moment. Nothing's coming to mind at the moment, so I don't know what she's talking about.
なんで2000年と1991年なの？どっちも世界規模の大きな事件があったじゃん。
Because the event never happened yet? That's true, but the game has given enough details for us to try to figure stuff out, so that's what I was trying to do. This year, an earth-shattering event causes diversions of the attractor level field. Super Mario Galaxy 2 is released. That game is pretty fun, though.
事件
？1991年はソ連崩壊だな。だが2000年は2001年なら同時多発テロがあったな。
2000年は2000年問題の年だよ。
Y2K problem.
あれって騒がれた割には結局大した問題は起きなかったぞ。
It was hype, but they took precautions to stop that from happening. So, I mean, it didn't happen because they took precautions for it.
それは今私たちがいるこのアルファ世界線が2000年問題が起きなかった可能性世界だから。
So, in other words, there are worlds where it did occur.
そして2010年。今年って何か大きな事件起きたかな？今年最大の事件は
Susa looks toward the development room.
人類史上初のタイムマシン開発成功以外に何があるっての？あ、そっか、そうだよね、すごい。
Yeah, but they're trying to stop us from going public. Which again brings to the question that I started at the beginning of the stream. How does CERN know we're trying to go public? Unless they sent like an email to the past to let them know that we're going to do that. Because Moeka said that they'd stop us on this day because we're going to go public today. And we already decided that we decided that on this day, which is why they stop us today. So how do we get everybody to know that we had the world's first time machine? Hello, Dizzy. Kibisu keeps plowing ahead. Plowing her head? Ugh. I guess that's what makes her a scientist.
重ね合わせ状態にある世界線ってパラレルワールドってわけじゃないんでしょ？
違うよ。あくまで可能性世界線が同時に存在しているだけ。
So if we go back to the diagram. If we go back to the diagram here, right? What she's now saying is that this is technically all one line that changes, that just changes colors. So what this really looks like would probably be like, let's look at the facts. So it actually looks like this. Oops. It actually looks like this. It's all one actual line, and we're just changing what the line what the line color is when we send emails. That's what she's actually saying. My God, the timeline is gay. And so you could, if we're using the yarn analogy still, you could say that the convergence or the attractor field or the Canon event or what have you is actually just a knot in the yarn. I love that email. That's one of my favorite emails that it's on Twitch. Daddy's not the only one who has that email, but I fucking love it. How many have you gone through? How many what? How many Mayuris? How many timelines? What are you asking me? How many Mayuris? We saw all of the Mayuris die. We're on the part where we're figuring out the timelines. So what Suzuha is saying is that we need to, I think this one kind of skipped past me a little bit. What Mayuri is trying to say is that we need to skip past the attractor field. We need to diverge past it or something. That one was kind of confusing me. So she's saying that we need to oh shit, that's not how that works. So she's saying that we need to, oh, hold on. She's saying we need to skip past Canon event A and go straight to Canon event B. Is that what she's saying? That's how we stop Mayuri's death? Bitch, I want this one. This one. That's the funniest typo I've ever done. Mayor lives. We're keeping that. Her name is Mayor now. Essentially, she's saying you're currently in the alpha attractor field. No matter what you do in any of these world lines, the attractor field will result in Mayuri's death and CERN's domination of the Earth. She's saying you need to change the timeline enough to get into a world line outside of the attractor field. So in that case, what you're saying, hold on, let me catch up a chat. There are set canon events that are... We did that joke already, you're late. There are set canon events, and only by changing the canon events can you arrive at the world line. World line that is actually different fundamentally. Every single world line we've been on so far occurs in the same attractor field caused by event A. So in that case, what we need to do is, can I not zoom in? There we go. Fucking Christ. In that case, what we need to do is... So we have this line, right? And... Well, that's not quite what I wanted. We have... This is the canon event. And, here, I'll do it this way. We only need one to illustrate the point. Right, this is the canon event. Everything that we've been doing was basically switching the color of this one line, of this one world line, right? And what we need to do is that we need to let's do blue. And we need to do this. This is what we need to do in order to avoid this. Are you making this timeline to help you make decisions or just for knowledge's sake? I like drawing things and making stuff so it makes sense easier for me. I'm a visual person. Plus, I'm sure if people who are watching like the VOD of this or like are confused and stuff, having me talk through it is probably helping them as well. Like, also canon events we know are 1991, 2000, and 2010. This looks like whenever I take notes on my pre-cal class. It helps though, right? This timeline will be called Good Vibes. So we need to do something that they're just so far from the path we get outside of the attractor field. And currently we're inside the fucking canon event. Not entirely. Your way of drawing it is as if you're avoiding the attractor field, whereas what you're trying to actually do is get to a different attractor field. So you're trying to get to a different circle. So I'm trying to draw this in a way that we understand. So would it be more like... Can I just delete it? I like to just delete it. I mean, this works, so just fucking erase it. Kookaburra sits in the oakum tree. Merry, merry king of the bush is he. Laugh, Kookaburra. That's not what I wanted. Laugh, Kookaburra, laugh. Kookaburra, happy your life must be. So you can hit with ads right now is not a good time. So what we're actually trying to do is, I guess it doesn't matter what color I'm using right now. I'm not sure this is how I want to pick this, but for now I'll leave it as it is. Purple. I want purple. Would it look more like that then? I posted a diagram I made in Discord. All right, hold on. So, come on. So I just read Mayor fucking dies. So this is the, oh, you guys can't see my cursor. How do I, why didn't you use colors, damn it? All right, now you can see it. So, what we're doing is, what my diagram is technically not wrong. It's probably just a better way of explaining it. So we're in this cluster of world lines, right? So we're in this cluster of world lines, and we keep approaching Mayuri fucking dives. What we want to do is we want to change something in the past, so we go over to this cluster of world lines where Mayuri fucking lives. How the fuck did I type Mayor on accident? Really, you just make a line thick as a circle and put lines that go through the circle. It actually is harder to do that. You have to do more steps in order to do that. It's easier to just erase the line. So I'm getting this correct now, right? So the knots all live, let's say, congruent to each other, just for simplicity's sake. We keep approaching the alpha Canon event, and we want to switch to we want to take, let's do it trains. Trains are neat. We're on this track, right? And we want to switch to the new track. So we're on this track, and we want to change lanes into this track to get to this destination. I've not used MSP in like 100 years, so I didn't bother with it. It is rather annoying. So we want to switch lanes. Got it. So now we need to know what we need to do in order to switch lanes. So now we need to know what we need to do in order to switch lanes. For now, I'll keep Discord open. Let me... Oh no, stream remote's already on. Perfect. By the way, if you're not in the Discord, the link to that is in the description down below. Or you do this. So it's not... This is not technically correct. But it would look more like... Just for the just so I can have it. Just for simplicity's sake, I'll do that. Yeah, just so I have it. All right, and we can delete this one because that's just fucking wrong. Why not? God, man, I miss having like actual tools. Can I change the size? On a brush. Whatever, dude. Oh yeah, no, I can change the size here. There we go, big brush. Erase this shit. All right, now that we understand how that works, how the fuck do we do that? You guys are about to get hit with ads. Sorry, I can't stop it. You gotta prevent the release of Super Mario Galaxy 2 for the Nintendo Wii? Damn, bro, how do we do that? Alright. Give me 2 seconds. Off bed trying to get proper sleep scheduled. Good luck, fella. When you fail, we'll see you later. So now that we know how that works, is it not required for us to go? Is it not required for us to know what the other canon event is in order to change it? All right. You put color in your graph, show off. Yeah, isn't it required us to know what the other alpha fields are in order for us to even diverge? Like, what are we working towards? Like, I understand what we're supposed to be working towards, but what are we working towards?
So だとして世界戦艦の観測はどうやるの？ 神の視点でも持たなきゃ無理なんじゃない？
Yeah, how do you observe the differences? Wouldn't you? Yeah, how do you observe the differences? You would need to know what you would need to know what each attractor field is, and you would need to observe it the way that we just did it in order to know what to do in order to get over to the new one. So how do we do that?
普通ならね。
That was the most run-on sentence I've ever used. Suzuha looks at me. Tell me.
リーディングしたいなか。
そういうネーミングなの？岡部倫太郎には世界線を越えて観測ができるっていう特殊な力がある。そうよね。
ああ。
それが鍵になる。
I did look at it, yeah. I didn't show it on stream, but I did look at it. It was more or less the same thing that I drew, except with more lines. If it comes up again, I'll show it. I'll show it for you, blah.
君の特殊な力が世界をセルンの支配っていう呪縛から解き放つ鍵。今の君は神に匹敵する存在なんだよ。
俺の力が。
アトラクタフィールドアルファの範囲外、ベータ世界線へ到達すれば収束する結果も変わる。
I feel a shiver of excitement. Well, I mean, that's cool and all, but we need to know how to do this. Like, we understand that we can observe this, we can observe the phenomenon, but we cannot know the result of what happens until what happens. So we won't know that Mayuri is supposed to... Excuse me, we won't know that Mayuri is safe until Mayuri is safe. Like, we're waiting for the day to become fucking August 14th, Saturday, to know that Mayuri is safe.
助けられるのか。
You need to change the convergence event, right? Yes, but we don't know what that is. I can save Mayuri. Suzuha nods firmly. Then I must do it. I have no choice.
ちょっと待って。
She didn't say what the 2010 event convergence event was? No. We still don't know what that is. She just said that it happens in 2010. Kill Mayuri yourself? That wouldn't change anything. I was taught that the major divergence occurs in 2010. This year, an Earth... Oh, yeah, okay, no, she did. She did. I just... Somehow I managed to forget that. But... The issue is, how do we do this? How do we do this? We only have 5 hours. Just mercy killer. We can't just kill the mayor. Kill Shining Finger? That doesn't change the problem. Even if we kill Moeka, Mayuri still dies because it's a canon event. The 2010 Divergence event was the development of the time machine, so she says this. Yeah. Kurisu, however, is not so enthusiastic.
それ本当に全部正しいの？天音さんの妄想が混じってる可能性は？
What fucking difference does it make?
なに？妄想なんか混じってないよ。
Like, even if she was spreading delusions, this is still information we haven't tried, or still information we haven't used or tried to do anything with. So it's worth a shot, at the very least. So, like, what difference does it make?
落ち着け。別に喧嘩を売ってるわけじゃない。ただ疑問なのよ。そもそもどうしてあなたは岡部が持ってる力とか2010年の岡部や私がこの秋葉原にいるって知ってたの？
The second one's a good question, but the first one is just because we fucking told her.
2017年生まれにしては詳しすぎじゃない？
She has a point. No, literally the first one is because we told her. Everyone listen to Suzuha.
父さんの遺書にそうあった。
His will?
書ってどういうこと？私がタイムトラベルを決意したのは父さんの遺書を読んだから。
Okay.
父さんは私が所属してるレジスタンスの設立メンバーの一人で、セルンとは別にタイムマシンの研究をしてたの。
I wonder who that is. If it's Okabe, I'm gonna be very, very sad. It would be crazy if it was Daru.
未来を変えるための研究をね。でも父さんもセルンに殺されて、だから私は父さんの意志を継いでここにいる。
Also the mom, hello? Fuck the mom. No one cares about the mom. We care about the dad. It's a man's world, baby. Sexism is the future. That's why they killed the only woman scientist that managed time travel. What's their name? Mr. Brown? I don't think it's him. The shrine dude? Oh. Why would it be him? Also, in this timeline, Luca's a girl, so... Unless you're talking about Luca's dad. Well, in my opinion, Luca was always a girl. They're just physically a girl now. It can't be Daru's, it can't be Daru. She's a twig and Daru is a brick wall. It's true, but that doesn't mean anything. We've been saying this the whole entire time that we think Daru is actually just strong as fuck. So, she's already proven that she's strong as fuck. She just has compact muscles instead of the big bulky ones. Suzuha doesn't look at Kurisu. She still seems to have a grudge against her. Kurisu would never actively cooperate with CERN. I know that, but I just can't say that in front of Suzuha. For some reason, Suzuha really does see Kurisu as responsible for the problems of the future. But if that's the case, why doesn't Suzuha just kill Kurisu? Wouldn't that change the future too? No? Well, while that probably would change the future, the problem is that a giant divergence would happen. And we don't know how that would affect the future, so it's probably too risky for her to do. Maybe she can't. Yeah, maybe she can't. World lines converge. No matter how hard I struggle, Mayuri does. Similarly, it may be impossible for Suzuha to kill Kurisu no matter how hard she may want to. Suzuha clears her throat as if to change the subject.
2010年の秋葉原、ここでタイムマシンが作られたことで、セルンのタイムマシン開発が加速した。それを阻止する方向に歴史を導くことが必要なんだよ。
So we have to go public, like this second.
阻止ってどうやって？
セルンは俺たちの存在に気づいている。
That's clear from Moeka's attack.
原因は君たちが一番最初にタイムマシンを使った時のメールデータだと思う。父さんはそう予測してた。
Well, that was the one we sent to Daru on accident.
メールデータ？ハッキングがバレたのではなく？
だから僕のハッキングはバレてないって言ってんだろ？
Alright.
でもメールデータって
あれじゃないかな。クリスちゃんが死んじゃったっていうオカリンのメール。
Right, the email I sent to the... Oh! Oh! Is that what happened? I don't know why we heard a male voice, but did fucking in the original timeline, the main world line that we came from, did she try to kill Makisa Kurisu? and the fucking world line changed to where she didn't die? Is that what happened? As we're talking about this, Miguel is rapidly approaching Mayuri's location. That doesn't explain the male voice, but that does make sense. I ain't saying shit, bro. I like that. I wonder how many people worked on this game. Back then we hadn't realized it yet, but the phone wave name subject change was a time machine. He's still doing it.
あの時からもうバレていたと。
I don't know. I don't know, but apparently the game was made very quickly. Like 85% of the game was made in only 3 months. Well, art aside, the most important part of this is that the story makes sense. Time travel is really easy to fuck up. So, I'm sure the programming for everything wasn't that hard to do. It's mostly just option selecting and whatnot. So the longest part conceivably would be the story and the art itself. And if they had 2 separate teams working on that, they could probably get it done. The question is, how did they get it done? Did they do it simultaneously, or did they do it one at a time? And if it was made in like 3 months, probably one at a time. Japanese crunch culture is crazy, though. Come to think of it, the first time I met Moeka was the day after I sent that email. Was it? I don't remember that. It would be nice if they gave us a calendar.
泳がされてたんだな、僕ら。
マユシーはね、平泳ぎが得意だよ。
Okay, Mayuri.
はいはい。水中 M 字開脚、水中 M 字開脚。
しかし、一体どうやって補足を？メールなんて世界中で1日に何億という数が送られているんだぞ。
Okay, well, I'm going to get my question answered how they knew about us.
セルンはエシュロンのネットワークを利用して世界規模でタイムマシンについての情報を収集してるの。
Echelon is a Chunibyo term? Alright. The Echelon. According to conspiracy theorists, Echelon is an advanced signals interpretation system based in the United States and operated by the National Security Agency, NSA. However, American authorities have never publicly admitted to the Echelon's existence, and no proof that it exists has ever been found. Participating countries allegedly include the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, but not France, because fuck France apparently. As an ally of the United States, Japan can allow the construction of domestic Echelon stations in exchange for access to intercept data. The Elephant Cage antenna array located in Misawa Air Base in Aomori. That's important. Who's located in Aomori? It's fucking, apparently it's fucking I just blanked on her name. Kurisu's dad. Aomori, Japan is rumored to be one such station. These stations are said to intercept, collect, and analyze a wide range of signals, including private cell phone transmissions. Let's mention concerns in France. Oh, that's a good point. I did forget about that. Bro, if I had like, this is one of those things where you just need the corkboard. You need the Charlie Day fucking corkboard meme. Instead of me with the cigarette, it'd be me with like or instead of him with the cigarette, it'd be me with the fucking toothpick. So I've been thinking. So like, we're trying to prevent the divergence to keep killing Mayuri. We're trying to cause a divergence to stop Mayuri's death, and we have to make the D-mail to go outside of it. My question: what changes we're gonna do? Yeah, that was my question before. But ironically, it will work here. What one? What was that in reference to?
エシュロンだと
The core thing? Yes, it would.
実在していたのか
As an expert on conspiracies, I understand the implications and they terrify me. No one else seems to get what Susan has saying, what Susan is saying, though.
セルンはさ、自分たち以外のタイムトラベル研究についてエシュロンで常にアンテナを張って監視してるんだよ。
So basically what happened is that when we accidentally sent the D-mail was caught because it got broken up, and CERN caught that. For example, an email that appeared to have come from the future. Oh, not because it was broken up, but because it literally had a send date that was from the future.
だから捉えられた最初のメールデータをセルンのコンピューターから消去しなきゃ。そうすればセルンは君たちには気づかない。タイムマシンが2034年に完成することもなくなる。それどころかタイムマシンの研究そのものが頓挫するかも。
Well, that's easy enough to do. Theoretically. How the fuck do we do that practically? So, if we're trying to do this practically... By the way, is everybody caught up? Does everyone know what's happening right now? Do I need to explain anything? That also doesn't stop the D-mails that we send after the fact here. All good here? Well, that wasn't pertaining to you, blah. You played the game already. I'm talking about the rest of the people here, Wheeze and Batra. Natty, I think she's lurking, but... I haven't been paying attention at all, but I get the gist. Alright. So even if we go back and delete the first message, that doesn't stop us from deleting the rest of those messages. Because everything plays out the same, and then they just know, when we send the second D-mail. So how do we do this practically? In other words, deleting that data will take us to an attractor field where CERN doesn't build the time machine.
でもセルンのデータベースはハックしたけど、それっぽいデータはなかったような。
IBN5100。
Oh, we haven't used that yet. That's true.
おお。
そうか。IBN5100 で構築されていたあのデータベースか。
あの中にきっとエシュロンから集めたデータが蓄積されてる。
But we don't have an IBN 5100. So that's what it is.
誰よ。なぜもっと早く IBN5100 を使わなかったのだ。
We don't have one.
いや、使わなかったのだとか言われても、そもそも持ってないし。
I wonder where the IBN went. Well, Moeka doesn't know, because Moeka was freaking out that she didn't have it. And then it was supposed to be at the shrine, but it wasn't at the shrine, and it should have been at the shrine because everybody remembers that it was at the shrine. So the only thing that's in question here is what the fuck did Ferris wish for? Because whatever Moeka did with the D-mail changed everything. Or excuse me, whatever Moeka did with her D-mail got changed when Lukako got changed to a girl. So that got undid. So that timeline So the odd link here is Ferris.
Naniを言っている。俺が手に入れてきたではないか。
No, Rentaro.
はい。
Oh, right. That was on a different world line. In this world line, I never found the IBN 5100.
私の役割はさ、君たちに IBN 5100を託すことなんだよ。
持っているのか。
Suzuha shakes her head.
1975年に行って手に入れる。
1975, the year the IBN 5100 went to market. I know it because John Titor in the 2000s said that was his mission. Was that John Titor Suzuha too? Anyway, if Suzuha can get us an IBN 5100, then we can leave this attractor field and jump to the Beta world line, where CERN never finds us and their time machine is never completed. That's not strictly true, though. Mayuri won't have to die.
よし。ならば全は急げだ。鈴葉には今すぐにでも1975年に飛んでもらおう。
She can't leave at all. Her time machine's fucked.
そうしたいのは山々なんだけど。
Suzuha bows her head apologetically. I look at her burnt hand. She was hiding it from Mayuri and Daru, but I can see the blood staining my handkerchief. From a burn? I've never seen a burn bleed. So it's not to say that it doesn't, it's just I've never seen it. There's to look at. Maybe we should get her to a doctor?
タイムマシンは壊れているんだったな。
直せないの？
無理。私は父さんが作ったものに乗ってきただけだから。
What if we get Crazy Diamond to punch it really hard?
仕組みそのものはマニュアルを完璧に暗記してるけど。
Doesn't mean she knows how to repair it, and there's no guarantee that a time machine from the 2036 can be repaired with today's technology.
タイムリープマシンで遡るのは天音さんのタイムマシンが壊れる前へ。
っていうか、タイムリープマシン使う気なん？実験しないってことでファイナルアンサーじゃなかった？
I still haven't told Daru about the time leaping. There's no time to explain. I'm sure you have plenty of time to say that I've come from the future. I've already used it. We've been through this. We've been through several things before. Just go with it.
場合によっては使う。それで鈴葉よ。いつ壊れたかわかるか。
Like, you see how quickly it took me to explain the situation? It took me less than a minute.
きっとこの前の深夜に降った雨だよ。マシンの中水浸しになってたから密閉されてるはずなのに。
あ
んだけ派手にビルに激突してんだし、その時に穴でも開いたんじゃね？
あれは激突したんじゃないよ。座標計算にわずかな誤差があったせいであそこに出現しちゃっただけ。
So it literally just appeared there. Is that because the world line changed? The world line changed so it didn't land on top of the building, it landed inside?
あのマシンって結構不安定なんだよね。
それで雨が降ったのは何日だった？
10日の朝、夜明け前には降っていた。
The time leap machine can only recover 48 hours at a single leap. That time leap machine was completed today, the 13th at 2 p.m. That means we can't go further back than 2 p.m. on the 11th.
ダメだ。タイムリープマシンじゃ届かない。
You can send a D-mail though. Thought we had a glimmer of hope.
直す努力はしてみるべきだと思うわけだが。
I think you should send a D-mail.
そうだよ。タイムマシンならね、時間はあんまり関係ないもん。
Oh, no, Mayuri, that's not how that works. Kurisu, Suzuha, and I say nothing. We know. In less than 2 hours, Mayuri would die. It's already 5:30. It's barely enough time to sneak into Radican, let alone fix Suzuha's time machine. Maybe I should leave now to 2 p.m. on the 11th, then we have 2 full days to fix the machine. No, I think the smartest choice here would be to just send an email until it'll leave before then. Easy. Done.
小腹が空いただろう。空いたはずだ。
いきなりなんぞ？
まゆしは腹ペコです。
You're always hungry. I was expected from a glutton, yeah. I take a 10,000 yen bill out of my wallet.
まゆり、ダル。買い出しに行ってきてくれ。それを食べながら改めて対策を練ろうではないか。わ
あ、オカリ、こんな大金どうするの？
これで買ってこいと言っているのだ。釣りはいらんという。
Let's do the conversion rate.
全部使い切ってこい。
He took out 10,000. He took out fucking $66. He basically just took out a 50 and said, "Hey, buy food."
平然と1万円もおごってみせる。さすがオカリン。僕たちにできないことをやってのける。そこにしびれる、憧れる。
Mayuri and Dedo leave in high spirits. I knew that the 10,000 yen bill will work.
クリスティーナ、それにタイターよ。
Hey, 66 was a lot back in the day. I didn't say it wasn't, for one. For two, do you know how much, you know how I was stretching my money back in the day? I was a kid back then, but I used to go down to the corner store and buy fucking, those cookies all the goddamn time. I used to, like, stack up my dimes and my fucking, my quarters and shit so I can go to the corner store, bro. $1 used to get you a lot back in the day. Now it doesn't even get you a candy bar. And imagine how the people from the fucking, like, 70s feel.
タイターって私のこと？
他に誰がいる？
なんでいきなり呼び方変わんの？
タイターの中の人だから
そうだけどさ。
無駄よ。岡部がまともに名前を呼ぶことなんてめったにないから。
I
諦
mean,
めて。
we've been calling her part-time warrior this whole time.
そういえば私もバイト選手とかって妙な呼ばれ方しかされてなかった。
二人とも聞け。俺は11日の14時にタイムリープする。
Yeah, I mean, they're having new toy syndrome right now. They're having new time syndrome right now. 116.18 dollars per my calculations. Oh, you probably took into to account the inflation, right?
そこでタイターから改めて今の説明をしてもらう。その上で今のこの時間13日17時までにタイムマシンを修理する。
当てはあるの？
今から2時間もがくよりはマシという程度だ。直せなければ何度でも2日間を繰り返せばいい。
Crazy, he kind of just sent Daru and Mayo to die out of his sight. Well, it doesn't matter because we're gonna go back and fix it anyway, so even if they do die. Not Mayor. That is the funniest typo I've ever done.
ごめん。
タイター、お前には必ず IBN5100 を手に入れてもらわなければならない。
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter if we talk to her, but yeah.
これはお前のためでも未来のためでもない。あくまでマユリを助けるためのミッションであることを忘れるな。独善的だと言いたければ言えばいい。だが俺は誰の指図も受ける気はない。
Pretty soon, Suzuha gave me an encouraging nod in agreement.
よし、作戦開始だ。
作戦名は言わないのか？
Who the hell cares about that now? This isn't a game. Miri's life hangs in the balance.
北欧神話でいいネーミング候補が見つからなかった？
なんで北欧神話？
深い意味はないと思う。あえて言うなら、中二病患者はゲルマン系ネーミングが大好きだからってところじゃない？
そういえば私がいたレジスタンスでも作戦名はほとんどゲルマン系のネーミングだったな。なんでって聞いたら、これは伝統だとかなんとか言われた。
Oh, great! It is that. It is Okabe. That's so lame. It's like the least not fucking. That's lame, man. How crazy would it have been if it was fucking Dadu? Damn, that's lame.
26年後にも中二病患者っているんだな。
くだらない会話をしているな。
Mary's life hangs in the balance. There's no time for this nonsense. Mayor will remember that. What? Kurisu sets the time leap machine while Suzuha goes to turn on the 42-inch CRT. Long before Miri returns, I leap. Rockapau, have you read parts 7 of JoJo? When I come to, I'm standing with my phone in my hand. While I wait for the ringing in my ears to subside, I check the date in time on my phone screen. I have it? Damn. There's a stand in part 7. Spoiler alert. There's a stand in part 7 in which the dude is able to rewind time for up to 6 seconds. And I can't remember the name of the stand. August 11th, 2:21 p.m. Alright, now I have 2 more days. As a matter of fact, I leapt twice. First to 2 p.m. on the 13th, and when the machine was completed from there, I leapt an additional 48 hours to 2 p.m. on the 11th. Part 7 is about rotation, right? It is. It was my first consecutive leap, but it seems to have gone well. I immediately head downstairs to see Suzuha. I'm relieved to see that our hand isn't burned. When I explain the situation, Suzuha races to the Radicon to confirm my story. After she realizes that I'm telling the truth, I take her back to the lab and have her repeat the explanation she gave us before I time leaped. We come to the conclusion that all we can do right now is try our best to repair Suzuha's time machine.
じゃあ早速見に行ってみるべき。
Daughter is unusually enthusiastic. I guess Suzuha's talk of attractor fields and diversions and correcting history's mistakes got his blood pumping.
ちょっと待って待って。
What's also important is that we need to finish the time leap machine. Maybe. Mary stops us as if we're about to leave the lab.
ねえねえ、みんなもう一つ忘れてるよ。
Yes, we are, Mayuri. In fact, so much so that I'm going to save right now.
もう一つなんぞ？
すずさんのお父さんは今はどこにいるの？
All right. For the record, on the original timeline, the 11th was the day we received the second threatening text. Would she say that prompted the save? Aren't we forgetting something? My thought is that we're forgetting to focus our efforts on the time leap machine, but like I said, we can just send an email. I thought Suzuha was lying about that, but when I turned to her, she looks away.
父さんのことはどうでもいいでしょ？どうでもよくないよ。それにタイムマシンを直すのに時間かかるんでしょ？だったらその間、マユシーはすずさんのお父さんを探そうかなと思って。どう？
いや、しかし。
When I show reluctance, Mary puffs out her cheeks.
ああ、オカリンって ればダメなんだよ。約束はね、ちゃんと守らなきゃ。
I don't think I... Oh, no, maybe I did promise her that. What promise?
この前約束したでしょ。すずさんのお父さんはみんなで探そうって。
You convinced her to stay by promising to help look for her father.
そうだったな。
すずさんがここに来たのはね、使命とかもあるけど、やっぱりお父さんに会いたかったからかなって思って。もしそうならマユシーは会わせてあげたいです。
If Mary feels that strongly about it, there's no way I can refuse.
椎名まゆり、君っていい子だね。
Suza sniffles.
その通りだよ。この町に来れば会えると思ったの。父さんはさ、2010年に秋葉原にいたことは分かってるんだ。
本当にいるのか？
いるよ。失礼だな。この時代ならきっとまだ若くてかっこいいね。
Oh, wow, wow. I hope it's a red herring. I hope it's Dado. I really, really do.
名前はバレルタイターだったか。
うん、そう。ああ、外国人さん？うん、多分日本人。バレルタイターはレジスタンス時代のコードネームだから、今の2010年の時点だとまだそう名乗ってないと思う。
That's why Suzuha called herself John Taito.
父さんの本名はさ、私知らないんだ。実の娘なのにね。
But you couldn't have known. Especially if he's dead already or something. Suzuha looks like she's gonna cry for an instant, but she quickly covers it with a bitter smile.
教えてくれなかったし、聞かせてもらう前に死んじゃったから。
And no one else told you? Hearing that, I realized how hellish the world she came from must be.
では、アモネという名はどこから？
母さんのせいだよ。
Dog, I could not remember anyone's last name. I cannot remember a single last name. Well, I know it's not Moeka, because duh. Well, his name is Iteru Hashida, so it's not Daru. Well, I mean, it's the mother's maiden name, so I don't even know why I bothered to check that. Part-time warrior is her, Ferris. Anybody you know with the name of with the last name of Amane? Probably, but I'm fucking awful with names. No, Ferris's real name is Rumiho Akiha. Mary's last name is Sheena. Unless they're calling her by her last name, which is Maedi, but I'm sure that's not the case. Lukaku's last name is Shibata. Is this just a guessing game now? Well, I mean, it's not like overly important because the game is just gonna tell us later. But I'm trying us to figure that out. And Ferris, yeah, it's not Ferris. I just looked at her name. I recall hearing it. Where have we met? Maybe because you heard it was Suzu, his last name? Probably. I'm probably just overthinking, thinking where I've heard it from. Who have we met? No, anyone who we met basically became a lab member besides the people in Braun 2's workshop. And it's not Braun because his last name started with an I or some shit. Or was it? No, it was a T. It was Tojin. Tenoji, that's what it was. Thank you. I know, it's the guy who stabbed Mary. No, that guy's name was Miguel Ojeda. I'm sure we've met this person before and I'm drawing a blank, but for now, let's just move on.
つまり手がかりはなし。
手がかり。あ、そういえば。
Damn, it's already been 3 hours? Jesus. Suzuka claps her hands together and starts patting her pockets. A few seconds later, she reaches into one and pulls one out. Pulls out.
ピンバッジ?
I've seen Suzuka fiddling with it before. It's just a regular pin, the kind you stick on a hat or bag.
なんか書いてあるよ。
It reads, 710.
これ
7010.
父さんの形見なんだよね。
形見。
誰？ググってみろ。
Bitter runs a search, but only gets incomprehensible foreign sites.
父さんは秋葉原周辺にいたらしいからさ、海外のサイトは抜きにして考えていいと思う。
日本語で OK ってことか。
He narrows down his search to Japanese sites, but even then, none of the results look relevant.
全然わかんねえ。
Did you do that in Google in 2010?
でも
Might consider writing down those letters?
ヒントになるよ。
Oh, SHM star A7010. Can I do it in Japanese? Nana zero ichi zero. Yeah, I can. With Suzu has permission, I take a picture of the pin.
というわけで、すずさんのお父さん探しに賛成の人。
I'm okay with it, but we need to fix our time machine and we have no idea how long that's gonna take. I want to argue that there's no time for that, but Mayuri's right when she says that the time machine won't be ready for a while. I guess there's no harm in letting her have her way. After all, there's no point in running, not even with 2 days a head start. Even if I drag Mayuri to the ends of the earth, we wouldn't be able to escape her death. I know that now. This feels like a waste of time when we can just send a D-mail.
おかりんありがとう。
That raises his hand in agreement. What put in what put in the demon? What he said? What? Huh? Nani? So does Kurisu. What do you mean put in the D-mail? If we just send a D-mail to the past Okadi and just say, hey, your time is me stupid on purpose sometimes. No, it's fine. It would be easy, it's just easier to explain for the sake of posterity. If we send a D-mail back in time, this tells the previous Okadin to tell John Titor his time machine doesn't work because of the rain. Or we even send it to Suzuha. We can even say that. Then that would change shit. It would change shit. It wouldn't. I'm not sure what would happen now, but we would still have our knowledge, so I guess that doesn't matter. So no, yeah, sending a D-mail would work. It sounded like she already knew the rain would be a problem. No, she didn't. That's why she ran to her time machine in the first place and hit the button. We also just saw her try to confirm it. It's decided. We'll help Suzuha find her father.
みんな、サンキュー。でも、私はあくまで1975年へ行くことを優先したい。それが父さんの意志だったからさ。ってなわけで、タイムマシン修理のめどが立ったら、父さんを探すのは諦めるってことで、どうかな？それでいいの？そんだけ探して見つかんないならさ、つまり会える運命になかったってことだと思うし。
It's a relief to hear Suzuha say that.
で、どうやって探すん？
ピンバッジしかヒントはないな。これを元にするしかないだろう。餅は餅屋とも言うし、マニアなショップを当たってみれば。
Is it possible that it doesn't exist since the world line changed because of Ferris? Also, shouldn't we call Ferris? Wouldn't she know?
マニアなショップって？
秋葉にはマニア御用達のアンダーグラウンドのショップが数多くあるだろう。
Ferris probably wouldn't have any memories of what she changed. That's not why I'm saying to ask her. I'm saying because she fucking basically runs the shit, she might know what it even means or where it comes from. But she is a nerd, so. It's hard to sneak into Radicon. It's hard to sneak into Radicon in the daytime. There isn't a crowd out front like before, but pedestrian traffic remains a constant. Next is about 30 minutes to find a way in. Lucy was back at the lab working on the time machine. It needs to be complete by 2 p.m. on the 13th. If she's late, it could affect my ability to time leap, which will lower my chances of seeing Nairi. Speaking of Mayuri, she wandered off somewhere in search of Suzuha's father. I call out to Dada, who's examining the flooded satellite, or time machine, while Suzuha and I keep a lookout. The hatch seemingly opens and closes when a person whose fingerprints were preemptively registered. Suzuha, in this case, touches it. Dada crawls out of the machine. He's covered in sweat, and his breathing is heavy. We quickly help his huge body out. The time machine is completely visible from the street. If someone were to see us up here, they might report us to the police. It's been 2 weeks since the satellite appeared, but Akiba still has tourists who come just to see it. We need to take care not to be noticed.
この中、むちゃくちゃ熱い件について。 蒸し風呂ってレベルじゃねえぞ。この炎天下でマシンの中にいたら干物になるねマジで。ちなみにこのマシンバランス崩して下に落ちたりしないよな。
The time machine is balanced precariously on the ledge, but the police have hooked up support wires, so Dars probably has nothing to worry about. Probably still scary.
治りそう？
いやまだ確証はないけど、でもさちょっと触ってみて気づいたんだよね。これってなんか電話レンジと似てるかもって。
Oh.
じゃあ直せる可能性もあるんだな。
いやだから確証はないって、もうちょっと調べないと。
誰よ、スーパーハカーよ。全てはお前の腕にかかっていると言っていい。世界を救ったスーパーハカー。お前は2036年においてタイムマシンの母マキセ・クリスに代わり人々から崇め奉られることになるだろう。
ハカーじゃなくてハッカーって言えっつってんだろう。
I don't understand the joke here that's going here. Like, are we just saying the word wrong? He gets mad that we're saying the word wrong? Like, I don't understand the joke here.
とにかく2日で何とかしてくれ、ダル。
Honestly, the biggest SG plot hole for me is that in the story the police just left this strange satellite-shaped object embedded in a roof of a fucking major building downtown for 2 weeks. Sure, they couldn't see inside it, but someone would have come to investigate it more. That's what I was thinking, but I just kind of left it alone. But yeah, the fact that no one knows what the fuck this is and NASA has already confirmed that it's not them and whatnot, everybody should be swarming to this. Place my hand on Dada's shoulder and look straight into his eyes.
お前だけが頼りなんだ。
自信はないよ。そもそもなんで2日なん？
それは
Because that's when Mayuri would die, but I can't say that.
2日後がさ、リング得意点を作るのに一番いい気象条件なんだよ。それを逃すとあと1年は次のチャンスがないわけ。
Let's excuse Suzuha.
そうだ、そういうことだ。
2日で直せとか無茶言うなっつーの。
ならばそんなお前にフェイリスと1日デートできる権利をやる。
Okay, we really just pulled that out of our ass.
やってくれるな。
いいですとも。
Great, now I just need to figure out how I'm going to convince Ferris. OSHM ** A 7010. That's true. You could promise Dutter anything. If the timeline changes, he doesn't have to stick to it, really. Searching for something that with the same cryptic logo as this mysterious pin. Honestly, I didn't think it would be this difficult. Okabe has plenty of niche stores, but they're all for electronic goods and PC parts. There aren't that many selling accessories like Susa's pin, which is why we should call Ferris. We check everyone we can, but come up empty-handed. None of the store employees have any idea where it came from either. We even checked some shady stores in nearby neighborhoods like Kanda, Ueno, and Asakusa. Still nothing. Susan and I returned to the lab with heavy hearts.
おかえり。
Kurisu emerges from the development room to greet us. She's alone.
その顔じゃ成果はなしか。
ダルは
戻ってない。暗くなったし直接帰ったんじゃない？
It's too dark to work on Radicon now. We can't use the lights, so that would be too conspicuous to the people below. Mayuri isn't around. Is she making any progress in search for Suza's father? Why did we let her go alone?
悪いね。こんなことしてる場合じゃないのにさ。
お前のためではない。すべてはマユリを助けるためだ。
He's been kind of mean about it, but yeah. I set up Daru's computer and searched for the net for communities of people who collect unique pins. I'll investigate tomorrow based on the information I find. There's a pin collecting group called Free Pada where everyone shows off their collections. I post there asking for information. You guys getting hit with ads in 3 minutes. I'm sleeping on the couch when a loud alarm rings in my ears. I jump and see Kurisu and Suzuha. Kurisu is holding her phone, but that's the source of the sound.
Good morning.
Ohayou gozaimasu. Her sour expression says it's not good at all. She put herself in my shoes to see what it's like to be woken up suddenly like that. You do realize you've done that to her like twice now. I checked the time on my phone. Just before 7 a.m.
起こしてくれたのか。助かる。
別にモーニングコールしたわけじゃない。
岡部倫太郎に見てほしいものがあってさ、起こしてもらったの。
You notice there's a strange object on the table in front of me.
これは
OSHM star star star. No, that's too many characters. Maybe if we remove the stars. OSHM. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nope, one too many. Every time I do Maria's social link, I just want to hug her. Well, that's because she's a child. And she's a very depressed child. Alright, what does this say? It says it doesn't have anything to do with what we're investigating. 0.337187. I never figured out what the actual numbers mean when we do the what you call. So I don't get I don't know what this means quite yet. Maybe it's about to explain it.
ダイバージェンスメーター。今、私たちがいるこの世界線がどこなのかを数値で表すことができるんだよ。
The meter display is 0.337187%.
私がもともといた2036年の世界線を 0% とした数値だから、あくまで相対的なものなんだけどさ。
作ったのか。
ううん、2036年から持ってきた。
Do you have another one?
うん。これはニキシー缶だな。いいセンスだ。未来ガジェット9号に認定したいぐらいだ。
これ一体どういう仕組みなの？世界線の数値化なんて可能とは思えない。
Suzuha shrugs. Well, I guess I was gonna say, do you have another one so you could like set it to this world line or whatever world line the original world line was, but although I suppose you couldn't do that. However, if we just diverge it enough from her original world line, then it doesn't matter because then it's different. So we're about a third of the way there in terms of divergence. Or does one denote 100%? Yeah, no, if it's in percentages, then no, we're not even close. We're the third of a way to 1% of a divergence.
私もわかんない。
わからない。
これ作ったの誰か知ってる？
How should I know?
君だよ。岡部倫太郎。
は？
君が作った。確か今から11年後ぐらいに君の持ってる特殊な力を応用させたらしいよ。
そうなのか。
このメーターがあれば岡部以外でも世界線の変動を確認できる、そういうことか。
違う。多分ここに表示されてる数値が変化してもそれに気づけるのは岡部倫太郎だけ。は？それじゃあ意味ないじゃない。
もっとまともなもの作りなさいよ、岡部。
Come on, man. Like, no, Kitty's just complained to look at the meter again. This is something I made. 15 years have passed since I completed it. 11 years will pass before I complete it. It's a strange feeling.
これの仕組みは作った本人しか知らない。だから知りたかったら11年待つしかないかな。そうすれば自分で答えを見つけられるはずだから。
未来で俺と会ったのか？
She did say I was infamous terrorist in 2036. For some reason, Suzuha's expression darkens momentarily.
一度もないよ。
そうか。で、このメーターを今ここで俺に見せた意味は？
メーターの数値が 1% を超えた時、君はベータ世界線にたどり着いたことになる。
Oh no, so I was right the first time. Okay.
1%？
そう。1% を突破さえできたら、椎名真由里は助けられるっていうこと。
I stare at the glowing red numbers. They don't budge. Just another 6.6%. It seems so easy. But there are 6 digits after that decimal point with no tens place. In no tens place, what does that mean? Something tells me it won't be as easy as it looks.
これは君にあげる。どうせ私が持ってても意味ないしね。有意義に使ってよ。
Based on recommendations from the BBS thread, I spent the morning visiting stores in Okabe. My destination runs the gamut of otaku stores packed with anime goods to the souvenir shop full of Olympic memorabilia. I even visited a few that specialize in locally manufactured goods. But although I hit just about every kind of store that could be considered niche, I'm unable to find anything that resembles Suzuha's pin. Maybe I should go all the way to Ikebukuro or Nakano? I start heading back to the lab, but just then a street vendor catches my eye. The storekeeper is a foreigner covered in tattoos. The table next to him is covered in accessories and old-fashioned items. This is the first time I've seen such a stylish street stand in Akiba. Most vendors just sell random junk. Not like I have anything left to lose, so I walk over and check out the selection. Among various accessories, I see a number of metal pins. What a coincidence. Could he have a pin like Suzuha's? I don't see the number logo anywhere of the displayed accessories, but I better ask just to be sure. He's a foreigner, so maybe I should use English. Our eyes meet, and his are as bright as the blue. What? Our eyes meet. His are as bright as blue, bright and blue as the sky. I quickly look away. Damn, he must think I'm a coward. Better get this over with.
Hey, Master! I am Mad Scientist. So cool!
Son of a bitch!
はい、何ですか?
He smiles wide, toothy smile, nice teeth, and answers in Japanese. I was hoping for more of a reaction.
ちょっと聞きたいことがある。
I take the photocopy of Suzuha's pin out of my pocket.
これに見覚えが？
The man stares at it for a while, then shrugs and shakes his head in the exaggerated manner typical of Westerners.
これの出所が知りたい。調べることはできないか？
I like the idea in metaphor, since Weiss is asking, that no matter what you do, right? Exaggerated swagger of American. It's true, Landy. It's true. Hello, how you doing? I like the idea in metaphor that no matter what you do, you can increase that social link, because that means you don't waste time. Especially in the case of metaphor when you only have like 3 months. So, fine. How about you? I'm getting hungry, but I'm fine. I'm doing all right. Trying to figure out some secrets. I feel like we're more or less wasting our time at the moment with some extra stuff when we could just get to the main point. But the game's gonna do what the game's gonna do, so we're just waiting.
思い出し。Sorry, ちょっと難しいですね。
What is he saying?
By the way,
これはどこで手に入れたものなんですか？
それを知りたい。報酬は出す。
ごめんなさい。
He apologizes in broken Japanese. Is that what Americans sound like to Japanese people? Gomenasai. We just pronounce the whole fucking word. Looks like this is another dead end. Just in case I give him my contact information and ask him to get in touch if he ever finds anything, then I leave.
Okabe Rintaro.
Izuha? She's holding a drink. My favorite, Dr. No, wait, that's cola.
Please. 飲む?
I accept the offer and quench my thirst while leaning on the roadside fence. He never drinks anything other than soda. Last time I saw her, Suzuha was on her way to Canada to continue the search. How long has she been standing there?
成果は
なし。それよりさ、さっきの英語何？なんかバカっぽかった。そうクールって。この時代だとああいう英語が標準なの？
そんなわけあるか。
そうなんだ。じゃあ岡部倫太郎オリジナルか。私の生まれた時代にはさ、海外旅行なんてなかったからよくわかんないんだよね。
海外旅行がない？
That's lame.
行ったことがないではなく。
そう、旅行なんて娯楽はなかったな。渡航許可はめったに下りなかったし、だから外国人を見たのはこの時代に来てから。
If she's never seen a black person, chat. So in the future, no one is allowed to leave Japan. Japan was like that a few centuries ago too, when Tokugawa shogunate closed the country to the west. It sounds like CERN set up international relations back 100 years. Perhaps that's why there's no war in Suzu's time. It's hard for conflicts to emerge when races and cultures can't interact. The animated version of this bit is a really big meme. How so? It sounds kind of like a prison with invisible walls, administered by CERN in the Committee of 300. I mean, ending war is obviously a good thing, but anyway, there's no point in talking about the distant future now. We need to come up with a new plan. The sunlight beats down on my head, making it hard to think. I feel like I'm standing in a sauna. Why does the sun hate me so much? Shining in the center of the sky like it owns the damn place. Hey man, why can't we find any information on that pin? Because Okabe tries to put on a silly street accent while talking to a guy, and he responds normally in totally perfect Japanese. Nah, fair enough. Hey man, I'm a mad scientist. So cool. Son of a bitch. Dozo yoroshiku. Suppose there's no skin off my back if we don't find Susan's father. As long as Zoro fixes the time machine, nothing else matters. So why do I feel so bad about my lack of progress? I really don't know. Maybe I'm just frustrated by my own powerlessness. Can't save Mayuri, can't fix Suza's time machine, can't even help Kinesu with the time leap machine upgrade. So what am I good for? The only thing I can do is help Suzuha find her father.
もしかして近年中に作られるピンバッジなんだろうか。まだできていないとか。
Suzuha stretches and then looks at me with a calm smile.
やっぱさ、父さんとは会えない運命なんだって。こんだけ探してもないんだから、もう無理無理、全然無理だね。
I feel a surge of anger at her words. Here I am stewing in myself loathing, and she acts like it doesn't matter.
諦めるのか。まだあと1日残っているぞ。
You have the rest of today, and then until 2 p.m. the next day.
何怒ってんの？
みんなお前のためを思って頑張っているのだと分かっているのか。俺だってマユリを助けることを何より優先したいんだ。
Okay, alright.
それでもお前はラボメンであり仲間だ。その仲間が困っているから助けたい。そんなマユリの気持ちを汲んでこうして探しているのに、お前が真っ先に諦めてどうする。
He's not wrong, but this feels bad.
怒鳴んないでよ。
あまり俺を萎えさせるな。
I tell myself to calm down. This is just my own feelings of impotence boiling over. There's no time for this.
悪かったよ。でも君さ、言い方が上から目線すぎると思うよ。
I realize that we're having an audience. Some pedestrians are grinning at us like they think we're a bickering couple or something. I take a deep breath.
言い過ぎたのなら謝る。
At least he apologized immediately. It's too awkward to make eye contact. So I look around pretending to think.
さて、これからどうするか。
I wonder how the other lab mems are progressing. I'm especially concerned about Daru. Depending on the situation, he might need some relief. He's been working in that heat for hours, so we should bring him something cold to drink. And then there's Mayuri. She's been working alone, trying to find some information on Suzu's father.
Mayushi
今どこだ。
駅の前だよ。
合流しよう。そこで動くなよ。
You can either call Mayuri, Kurisu, or Daru in this moment. I feel like in this situation, Okabe would call Mayuri. Didn't change the outcome you're on, just an extra scene. What happens if we don't do anything? Or is it just not, or this is an actual choice? Suzu and I head to the station. I'm watching Stroll have PTSD flashbacks, and I just hear doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. You destroyed town! When we get there, I hear Mayuri's voice. Get the same with Suzuha instead? Ah.
あいつ何を。
Well, she's doing her best. That's what the fuck she's doing.
先日誘拐事件が起きました。このピンバッジをつけた犯人を探してます。ご協力よろしくお願いいたします。
That's not a bad plan. Why is Mayuri passing out leaflets? It's not a bad plan. It's just you're probably going to get questioned by the police. I call out to her, and Mayuri smiles and wipes sweat off her brow with a handkerchief.
オカリン、すずさん。ちょうど聞きたいことがあったんだ。
Yeah?
バレルタイターさんのバレルってどういう意味なのかな。
Is she asking what the word barrel is, since it's in English? Mayuri is the one who killed Mayuri. You remember that? You guys remember that really old, like, I guess it's not old, but like at this point it's 10 years old, that comic book meme in which it was someone tied to a chair. It was Captain America going Hail Hydra. At this point, that would be like fucking that would be like Mayuri being tied to the chair, killing Mayuri, and she's like, CERN was right all along. I work for CERN.
それが名前なんだから意味などないだろ
Do, do, do.
でも本名じゃないんだよね。
Oh, you know what? I just thought of a really funny pun. So, because of Shin Megami Tensei, or I guess technically Persona specifically, Persona, if you play the game in Japanese, Alice has the move called "Die for Me," where in English she just goes "Die for me," but in Japanese she says it in Japanese, obviously, where she goes "Shinakururu." So Mayuri would say "Shinratuturu." Shinratuturu, and she fucking pulls the trigger.
さあ、コードネーム。どうしてバレルタイターさんなのかな。すずさんはなんでジョンさんって名前にしたの？ジョンは一番ありがちだからだよ。バレルさんはありがちじゃないよ。そういえばそうだね。
So she's saying that there must be some meaning behind the code name. Is that what her leaflets are about? I take a look. Huh. Bring a kidnapper to justice. The evildoer wears this pen. He could be in your neighborhood. He could be standing next to you. If you have any information, please contact the address below. All right. Does anyone know that what happens if you try to contact that address? That's horrible. It is horrible, and it's drawn really, really cutely. I love the little chibi drawing of Mayuri at the top, though. It probably was a real address. I mean, I'm sure it was, but does anyone know what happens if you used it? Saw written in colored marker and cute drawings and a photo of Suzuha's pin attached in it with the fucking dog. I gotta say, Mayuri's childish hand drawing really brings it all together.
そのチラシどうかな。結構な力作だと思うんだ。
It's a really good plan. I don't think it'll work, but it's a really good plan.
なんだこの誘拐事件というのは。
People think it will have a sense of urgency if it's kidnapping.
マユシーのアイデアなのです。この方がね、みんなおって思ってくれるかなと思って。
Stop sleeping on her. She's a fucking genius, I swear. Mayuri grins triumphantly.
いい作戦だと思わないかな。ね、作戦名はマユシーチラシで大勝利で。でもさ、誘拐事件ってのはさすがに言い過ぎじゃん。
Yeah, what happens if the police hear about?
君たち。
My heart freezes as if sprayed with liquid nitrogen. I turn around and I see a stern-faced policeman standing there with crossed arms. Speak of the devil.
このチラシはなんだ。ちょっと署まで来なさい。
The police did kill Mayuri in one of those failed rescue attempts. Yes, it's true. That's the one you clipped. I considered making a run for it, but that would just make things worse. I grabbed Suzuha's arm before she can do anything rash. Better just bite the bullet and go along. After about an hour of interrogation, they released us without charges. Please agrees the three of us when we return to the lab dead tired.
Okabe, ちょっと聞きたいんだけど、電話レンジでリフターの代わりになるものが何かについては調べてくれってないよね。どうせ。
No, so we didn't tell her about that. Oh, right. We haven't discovered the lifter at this point in time.
それならすでに調べはついている。1階にある42型ブラウン管テレビだ。
え？そうなの？根拠は？
俺は何度もタイムリープしてここにいる。あとはわかるな。
なるほど。そっか。なるほど。
Kurisu heads back to into the development room, nodding to herself.
おかり、すず さん、ごめんね。マユシーが足を引っ張っちゃって。
Nah. Give Mary some chicken to cheer her up. There's not much time left. What else can we do before the time limit? It's early evening, but the roof of Redicon is still hotter than hell. When I provide Teddy with the refreshing gift of Dr. P, a frown appears on his sweaty face.
ここはキンキンに冷えたカロリーゼロのコーラだろう。常識的に考えて。
Bro, first off, that's diet food. And if the game wants me to believe anything about you, there's no way you're doing diet anything. I disagree, but the game wants me to believe that. Second of all, the correct thing to give him would be water, because it's fucking hot out here. He's probably dehydrated. Forgetting it's a cola guy. No sense letting it go to waste. I drink the Dr. P myself. Gato and Suzu starts discussing the time machine, and Miori and I watch from a short distance away.
ねえねえ、オカリー。あの人工衛星がタイムマシンだったなんてびっくりしたね。
ああ、そうだ。
I thought that Tito's time machine was a car, a 1970s Chevy. It never even occurred to me to suspect it was a satellite. I should have known better to take anything for granted. In retrospect, the satellite was suspicious from the start. No one, not only had it appeared out of nowhere, but Tito only started posting online after it showed up. I'm disappointed in myself for not realizing the connection. That's how I feel about not realizing that she was Tito the whole time.
ビルに突き刺さっちゃってるけど、すずさんが無事でよかったね。
But she didn't crash, she just appeared. I doubt it was anything like a crash. Probably just appeared there, displacing the wall, which collapsed around it. After all, the time machine isn't self-propelled, it doesn't fly.
あれって操作がとっても難しいんだって。
I guess she's heard that from Suzuha.
重力うんたらかんたら装置の座標がちょっとでもずれるとね、タイムマシンごとゼリーマンになっちゃってプルンプルンかなんだそうです。
If the gravitational whatchamacallit coordinates are just a teensy bit off, the whole machine becomes a jelly man and goes ploop.
しかもね、あのタイムマシンってセルン製じゃないからあんまり安定してないって。1975年に行く時が心配だな。二人乗りだったらね、一緒に行ってあげられたのにね。
That's an idea. Would she still die if she literally went to the past or the future past the event? Because if the event is triggered on the 13th and you literally go past the 13th, it can't happen, right? Would it just happen at a later time? You think she'd live? Well, if we're to believe that the world is killing Mary, but then Mary is gone. The cause still happens, but there's no effect. But wouldn't the effect just happen whenever she returns back into the timeline? We'd still need to diverge, I think. If we're basing it off the current model that we have. I mean, I made the circles on the thing and portrayed it as knots, but it's probably not at all like that. It's probably closer to like an oval. and then when the actual event happens, it closes. And it would just stay. I don't know. I have a visualization in my head, and I'm not gonna pull up the MS Paint to show you it because it's kind of silly, but I'm not gonna. Yes, but Mayuri dying isn't the diversion event. It's the consequence of the diversion event that already happened. I'm not sure I understood that before, but okay. So taking her back in time before the diversions event that caused her death should theoretically extend her life. Like I knew what I knew what that meant because our diversion event is making the time machine. Like I knew that, but like it didn't click that that's how that worked until just now. If that makes sense, right? It's like having the information, but the information doesn't click. Like when you know when you say it in certain terms. I'm over explaining now. I don't know. I feel like that's cheating. Like that's not a solution to the problem. It like I use this analogy a lot, and it's like say you have a math test and the math test says 2 + 2 equals blank. Instead of putting the answer 4 or getting the answer wrong and saying 5 or changing time or history to make the answer a different number, it would be like crumbling up the test and throwing it away. I feel like that's cheating and not actually a solution. But you're suggesting that we take her back in time and then leave her in a previous time period and then she just live out the rest of her life there. That was interesting to think about. I like that. I like this problem.
お前が一緒に行ってどうするのだ。
決まってるよ。すずさんの手をギューって握ってね。大丈夫。マユシーが一緒だから大丈夫だよって応援してあげるの。
I think the world would be a better place if people had friends like this. Yeah, if you brought her back to 1975 and then came back to the present, I'd assume she'd still die on the same day. I don't see how that would change anything. Yeah. You could theoretically bring her back to the past and leave her there, but then you still never see her again. And even if you bring her back past after the date, there's no guarantee that she would just die when you come back into the timeline. So. What's 2 + 2? Man, fuck this test, I'm throwing it out. Exactly. You didn't solve the problem. You just decided to leave. The problem is still the problem. Something tells me that won't be much help.
ねえねえオカリ、あのタイムマシンって名前はついてるのかな？
It's probably just a time machine, right?
名前か。
It's the least of what I want to know about the time machine. Time permitting, I'd like to spend the whole day picking Susan's brain. Pretty sure John Tito's time machine had a model number. But John Tito from the 2000 might not have been Suzuha. There was no John Tito in 2000 on this world line after all. Although I suppose it's possible for Suzuha will drop by 2000 after traveling to 1975.
気になるならタイターに直接聞けばいい。
あ、そうだね。マユシうっかりしてたよ。
Mayu giggles and runs off to talk to Suzuha. She comes back quickly.
うん、名前あった。
どんな名前だったんだ？
FG204 なんとかなんとかだって。
FG204 something something, she said. Something something.
っていうかね、ダル君とスズさんって結構お似合いだと思わない？
はあ？
Murray's jumping all over the place today. I like it Daru and Suzuha again.
お似合いかダルはそもそもフェイリス萌えなのだぞ。
あ、そっか。そうなのかな。
She tilts her head to the side. Yeti, yeti. Miri and I aren't of any use. I would prefer to leave Daru and Suzuha to it and resume the search for Suzuha's father. But Miri seems happy just sitting here. We don't have any leads on the pin's owner. Maybe 2 days just aren't enough. No, that's quitter talk. Like I told Suzuha, I don't want to give up. Besides, even if we don't get this information we need this time, I can use the time loop machine to repeat these 2 days until we do. Yeah, you're also forgetting about the D-mail. You're having new toy syndrome. There's only a few more days until Comiket. I remember Mayuri pulling several all-nighters to get her costume done. Has that changed?
あのね、もう2着はできてるよ。楓ちゃんとふぶきちゃんの分。
He doesn't even know what to write for the D-mail? No, he's just not considering the D-mail at all. Remember, D-mails can change the past, and that increases the divergence by a little bit if he changes something in the past. So he's literally just not thinking of this, thinking of it as an option. He's just completely ignoring it. D-mail, the fuck is that? Exactly.
そうなんだけどね。ルカちゃんが説得できなかったから、今回は諦めたの。
I mean, it's kind of an inferior version of the time leap machine. Yes, it is. But at the very least, you would be able to change something, increase the divergence meter, and something would change in this version of the timeline. The only thing that would be a problem is that your memory would be disconnected from everybody else's.
タイムマシン、もっとよく見てきていいかな。
Why?
誰たちの邪魔はするなよ。
はーい。
You can make the same change in the D-mail and time leaping, and you'd have more control over what actually changes if you leap. Yes, you have more control over what you change if what you leap. If you can only go back 2 days, then what's the point? You're just repeating the scene 2 days over and over again for nothing to change. You can actually change something if you use the D-mail. That's what I'm saying. Like, if the inevitability is the fucking car crash happening, but no matter what you get in the fucking car, then you're not changing anything. What if we go back further before that and go, hey, let's walk instead? You're not changing. Like, in the diagram that we're doing right now, we're not changing anything. Mary beams happily, Jesus, and then runs over to the time machine. See something like this as a field trip. Behind her, the sun glows dark and orange on the horizon. It's quite a view from up here. After a few minutes of watching the sunset in silence, I realized that Suzuha is standing beside me. She must have come over as Mayuri left. Our shadows are long and murky as the fading light.
橋田至ってすごいね。タイムマシンさ、突貫工事とはいえ、うまくすると明日には直せるかもって。
You're gonna suffer because the main character is gonna find another way to irritate you for not doing anything remotely common sense. I don't know, man. The current plan is to send Suzuha back in time to get the IBN, which I don't think requires a D-mail. But you're missing the point. The point is what if we do not have enough time to fix the time machine? If we just send a D-mail back in time to her, says, hey, on the 10th, your time machine doesn't fucking work, she'll get the fucking IBN 5100. We can just bypass this whole entire step. If that's the case, we'll just send a D-mail if this attempt doesn't work. Oh my god.
ダルの実力は折り紙付きだ。
見た目は不摂生そうで冴えない感じなのにね。
見た目で判断するな。
He's not gonna cut it because I'm not the developer who wrote the game. Well, he probably wrote it this. The developers probably wrote the game this way for a specific reason. Just because I have a disagreeing opinion with the main character does not mean they didn't think of that and try to do something different. I'm gonna DML all your fathers to wear protection. Joke's on you, I was an intentional baby.
考えを改める。
And to invest in Bitcoin. Jesus. Bitcoin is such a weird... It's such a weird, like, anomaly, isn't it? Imagine not being an accident.
今言わないと機会を永遠に逃しちゃいそうだから言うけど。
なんだ、大げさだな。
私さ、君たちには本当に感謝してるんだ。
I think it's awesome how much of an accident I was. Wow. As a result of after a miscarriage I had. What the fuck is happening? If I've ever somehow traveled back to 2017 or whatever fucking year Bitcoin started, that was way before 2017. I'm putting all my money into it. I'm gonna be fucking rich. Also, how much money would you even have? You just turned 18 last year. How much money would you even have? I'm considered a rainbow baby? I don't know what that means. Doctors told my mom she couldn't have kids. Oh, that's pretty cool, actually. So if your mom wanted a kid and it just happened that way, that's pretty cool.
初めてこの時代に来た時、私の知ってる人は誰もいなくて、戦ってばっかりだった私の時代とは全然違ってて、この時代の方がすごく平和なのにさ、なんだか私にとってはすごく怖かった。でもさ、今こうして自分の全てを晒せる友達、仲間ができた。私が生まれる前に生きていた人たちと出会えて、私のためなんかにみんな頑張ってくれてる。それってとっても奇妙で、だけどとっても嬉しいんだよね。その気持ちは本当だから。
So I just got a scam call, and now I'm paranoid that I need to answer the phone anytime something happens. Be like, it might be me for the future, huh? Suzu's tone is wistful. Why? I try to speak, but she continues before I can.
この時代に来ることができて、君たちと同じ時間を過ごせて、私本当に楽しかった。っていうか、君たちみんな揃いも揃って我が強くて、癖があっていろいろと濃すぎて、最初はいつの間にか君たちといる時間が楽しくなってたよ。2036年はさ、とっても平和で喧嘩すら起きないんだ。知ってた？
知るわけがない。俺は2036年まで生きていないからな。
そっか。ごめん。とにかくさ、喧嘩すら起きない。およそ争いって名の付くものは、ミクロなものからマクロなものまで全部消えちゃった。その代わり、みんな死んだ魚みたいな目をしてた。誰も覇気がなくて、歩く足はズリズリってすり足で、笑いはするけど怒ったり悲しんだりはしなくて、個性なんて誰も持ってなかった。みんなロボットみたいだった。この前君が私にすごく怒ったでしょ。あの時さ、すごくびっくりして、すごくショックだったんだけど、同時にすごく嬉しくなったんだよ。
That must have been bizarre for her.
変なやつだな。
Maybe. Alright, so a rainbow baby is a term used to describe a child born after a previous pregnancy loss, such as a miscarriage, stillbirth, or an infant death. The name reflects the idea of the rainbow appears after the storm, symbolizing hope, renewal, and light after a period of darkness. Basically, Batra, you're gay. What you should do is whenever you answer the phone, it's just say do-do-do in your deepest voice possible. Do-do-do.
確かに。
You wish? I'm pretty sure I'm straight. Well, I don't wish this. I do not care. I don't like dudes, so I don't really give a shit. I don't really give a shit what you are, really. Susa looks at the time machine and Daru Mayuri is standing next to it, talking cheerfully about something or other.
君のラボに出入りしてるみんなは生き生きしてて、すごく眩しい。椎名まゆりも橋田至も牧瀬クリスも、それに君も。
何をバカな。
There's nothing enviable about me. I'm worthless. I can't even save Mayuri.
私もみんなみたいになりたいって思ったよ。
俺からすればお前こそすごいと思うぞ。
そう言ってもらえると嬉しいかも。こうして頑張れてるのも君たちと会えたおかげ。ほんのちょっとでもラボ面の一員になれてよかった。
And she smiles, a soft, sad smile that tears at my heart. What does it mean? It means that she's probably not gonna see you again.
ほんのちょっとの間でも君たちと一緒にいられてよかった。
スズハ？
岡部倫太郎、きっと未来を変えてね。今みたいな自由な世界に変えて。
This is a death flag. I'm gonna ignore it, but this is like this is a flag signifying that she's about to die and she knows she's about to die.
どうしたんだ。なぜそんなに感傷的なのだ。
Does she not want to go to 1975? But I mean, she's got a time machine, so can she just come back afterwards? It would be a different time period, but even as I think it, I realize how wrong I am. Of course, when Suzuha completes her mission and brings us an IBM 5100, the world line will change. The future will be rewritten, and in 2036 she knows will cease to exist. To hear her describe it, the future is an awful place, but even so, it was her home. She has friends there, I'm sure comrades in arms and memories of her father, Beryl Titor. Once the future changes, although that will be lost to her forever. No wonder she's getting sentimental.
タイムマシンが治ったらまた盛大に宴会を開こう。
サンキュー。
We'll never have this party again. And yet she's still smiling that sorrowful smile. Afterward, I hit the streets again in search of the pen. But the day ended without a single lead, so I reluctantly returned to the lab and tried searching the internet. A couple of hours later, it's still no luck. This is what the third party that's been interrupted by time shenanigans. What? This doesn't feel like a finished sentence. So far, I've accomplished absolutely nothing. My frustration is mounting. I could time leap again, but will that really lead us to find Susa's father? An unfamiliar number? Who is it?
俺だ。
Hi, Mr. Okabe Rintaro.
Oh! The voice is heavily accented. I can barely make it out. Who is this guy?
捨てるんか。
I jump to my feet and scan the room, then run to the window and check the road below. No suspicious figures in sight. Kurisu comes to the development room and gives me a questioning look, but I wave her back inside.
セルンとは何です？
I gulp and carefully choose my words.
名乗ってもらおう。
おたくはもうアフタヌーンうちのファクトリーに問い合わせに来てテレフォンナンバーを教えていったですよ。
お前は何を言っているんだ。
The poor English dude. You're really fucking generous with the time limit for Luis's gauntlet runner? I mean, yeah. No, wait. I heard this broken Japanese before. There's very Japanese filters through my brain connecting synapses. That's right, it's the foreign street vendor I met this afternoon in Akiba.
特定した。Nice to meet you.
どういたしまして。私自主制作してます。Yesterday night ゲストが come here の思い出し。そのゲストがメイクプリンスピンバッジがユウが持ってきたやつとセイムだったのよ。
I don't quite get what he's saying, but he seems really excited about it.
今すぐそっちに行く。
You go to the same spot as before, although his stand is already closed. The Westerner is waiting for me.
Oh, Okabe! Hello!
そのゲストとやらはどこへ行った？
クライアント come here なのは yesterday なことよろしい。
The blue-eyed white man shrugs his shoulders. So it was yesterday. He contacted me because he remembered.
そいつの連絡先は？住所氏名は？
ドクです。ゲストはシミュレーションだけ。プライベートインフォメーションは nothing.
Poison? Guess just for simulation? I don't know what the fuck that means. Oh, he didn't buy anything. That's what that means. A very odd way of putting that, but yeah, he's saying he didn't buy anything, so he doesn't have any information on him. So last night, someone came wanting to make metal pins with the same design as Suza has. But he died of poisoning? I guess it was a simulation, so there was no private information? I'm not following.
ジャパニーズやっとプライベートインフォメーションの重要さについてスタディらしい。過敏神経になったよね。
That doesn't help.
If ゲストがネームはテレフォンナンバー残っていったかよ。No leak. それがビジネス。
Oh, you're saying, okay, so he's saying that even if he did buy something, he wouldn't have leaked his information. Fatigue suddenly weighs down on my shoulders. I don't understand a word he's saying anymore. Man, it's full of question marks. In hindsight, I should have brought Kurisu to speak English for me. Because I have to wing it. No, you can just call her. Just call her!
そいつはどういうやつだった？男か女か？
Well, so young or so middle. ジャパニーズは顔ヤングね。ルックだけじゃ no understand.
特徴は？
特徴？やはり柔道 or プロレスラー？
Ron?
なんだ？柔道？プロレスラー？それがどうしたんだ？
Mr. Brown?
Yes!
That wasn't a yes or no question. What the hell do you mean?
ああ、バルーンだよ。
バルーン、柔道、プロレス。
About an hour ago. What's going on now? We're trying to find time traveler's father, and we're talking to somebody in broken Japanese.
Good.
No, not good. Are you trying to confuse me?
These butterflies are trying to confuse me.
I want to ask more questions, but the foreigner suddenly sees a policeman walking by and runs off. I considered chasing him, but decided against it to avoid police attention. I give up. The search has hit a dead end, and we have barely any time left for Barrel T door. I'm gonna write down that this dude came at, I don't know what time it is. Can we check our call log? No, we don't have a call log. But he came in on the 11th. Okay. I'm not sure that'll matter, but I'll write it down anyway. Get time leak again starting at 2 p.m. tomorrow. It looks like all I can do is wait until Christina's done working and then leap to a time this suspicious character appears at the stand. Lisa carefully connects two cords she's holding.
完成。
Time leap machine is complete. It's 2:30 p.m. on the 13th, about 20 minutes later than before. Well, I mean, she did stop to help everybody else do other stuff, so that makes sense. Casey walks into the lounge with a satisfied look on her face. It's just her, me, and Suzu in the lab. I had Daru and Mayuri head to Radicon obstinately to work on the time machine.
タイムリープマシーンか。
Suzu gazes at the now complete machine in awe. Ari explained to her how the time leaping works. It's as different as can be from Suzu's time machine, which can physically displace actual bodies.
未来の記憶を思い出させるっていうのは面白いよね。
Someone is still fatherless though? Rocketpile, it's okay. It's okay that you don't have a dad. No one judges you. Suzu crosses her hands behind her head, looks up at the ceiling.
空想とか、もしかしてっていう推測とか、あと直感、デジャブ。そういうのってさ、実際には未来の記憶を思い出してるのかもしれないかもってちょっと思っちゃった。2036年時点だと記憶は世界戦艦の自分との情報伝達手段かもしれないって説もセルンの研究者から出てるんだ。それと似たようなものなのかも。
岡部の力、リーディングシュタイナーがどういう仕組みなのか分かればいいんだけど、岡部だけの特殊能力なのか、それとも全人類がその資質を持ってるけど岡部だけがたまたまより強い能力を持っていただけなのか。
The Okabe is this weird thing. You might not have heard of it, Kurisu, but it's called... Oh, jeez. It's called a main character?
一つ確かなことがある。意識は記憶とともに過去へ飛んだ。
それがなぜなのかいまいち納得いかない。 D メールの時に岡部が体験したような状況と同じになってもいいはずなのに、記憶に意識は依存してるのかな。
意識って形として存在してるわけじゃないのが厄介だよね。
I don't know what you're talking about. So my question is, if someone else does the time leap, does the future change? And does Okabe, well, I guess does the present change? And does Okabe experience that time shift? That's the real question here. Problem is that consciousness doesn't have a form that we can see. Yeah.
魂も同じ。結局は宗教観に行き着く。2036年でもさ、 魂の存在は証明されてないし、意識を形として証明した人はいないんだ。
そう、ちょっとがっかり。
意識が過去へ飛んだことで D メールに比べてより具体的に過去改変ができるようになったが、同時に収束する結果も存在した。
You guys gonna get hit with ads in 3 minutes. Is there anything that I should should I save? Should we do anything specific before that happens? I can change the method of Mayuri's death, but never the fact that she dies.
違うよ。未来は確定してる。
ならば過程が変化したのはなぜだ。
世界線が変動してたから。岡部倫太郎が過去へ飛んで本来とは別の行動をとったことでダイバージェンスがわずかだけど上下したはずだよ。でもその変動はダイバージェンスメーターで言うと 0.00001% 程度の誤差でしかないわけ。ちょっとしたことの場合、全く誤差が発生しない場合だってある。原因が変化することでさ、結果がすでに同時に存在している別の世界線へと変わっただけなの。しかもその2つの世界線は近似値だから変化なんてほとんど感じられないはず。
So is that why reading Steiner didn't react?
変わる前の世界線は消滅したわけじゃなくてさ、可能性世界線として同時に存在し続けるんだよ。
Soka. So, what she just said was really important. Basically, she said, it's not like the previous world line disappears, meaning we do have confirmation that the previous world line does technically still exist. Which means for every version of ourselves that we forcibly shift our consciousness back in time, there is a version of that timeline where that just didn't work. Got it. So basically, Okabe is the only one that's got any real merit here because he's the only one that can experience a difference. So we just have to get Okabe into a future where Mayuri is still alive. Suza has living proof of that? How do you mean? But she came from a different timeline, right? No, she came from the future. Whatever future she came from, the timeline divergence is not strong enough for it to change what her future is. Although I think I understand what you're saying. She keeps existing. She says it keeps existing as a possible world line, like in the sense that Okabe could return to that world line if you wish to. That's still another question off my list answered, and you're gonna get hit with that. So the conversation's officially over.
その辺は多世界解釈なのね。
いずれにしてもパラレルワールドじゃない。
未来は再構成されていると。
そういうことになるのかな。
I'm confused again. Maybe it's impossible for me to fully understand the structure of the universe. How do you get notified of the ads? It hasn't started for me yet. I have a thing that shows up on my, it has a countdown timer. First you called me fatherless, and now you're giving me ads. Damn, bro, just subscribe. It's not like I don't need the money. Subscribe, fool. And if you're watching this on YouTube, hit the like button. It's time for me to leave again. Explain the situation to Kurisu and have her activate Time Leap Machine immediately. It's the night of the 11th. I went back about 40 hours. My objective is to keep watch over the street vendor stand and hope that Suzu's father might appear. I sent Suzu elsewhere. I don't want her to be disappointed if I come up empty-handed. standing at a sight a short distance away from the stand, munching on energy bars and drinking soy milk to appease my growling stomach. Soy milk? Alright. Who the fuck? Listen, if you drink milk plain, I don't care what kind of milk it is, you're just a weirdo. Just fucking, why are you drinking milk plain, you fucking freak? I've already been here for 2 hours. I forgot to ask the exact time the suspicious character appeared, so I have to begin to my stakeout before sunset. Now it's 8 p.m. and the stand looks like it's about to close. Is this another waste of time? Are you stupid? I'm lactose intolerant right now, and that's what you get! That's what you get for drinking fucking milk. That's weird. I don't know, man. If I was at someone's place and they poured a glass of milk and drank that shit by itself, I'd be a little bit freaked out. That's weird. Strongest intimidation tactic: drink a glass of milk. Now, if it's warm milk, that's a little bit different. I can't tell what that emoji is. Ever drank milk with spaghetti with red sauce? What the fuck? Huh? What do you mean spaghetti and red sauce? Yes, it's so good. All right, let me stop you right here. Let me just cut this off real quick. You can stop at ever drink milk. Because no, no, I don't drink milk by itself. Milk goes into things. You can have milk with stuff, like you can theoretically, like, hot chocolate's fine. That works. But you do not drink milk by itself. That's strange. Milk goes into things. It is not something you consume by itself. And Basha's the only one who will understand this, but no, milk is not a fucking condiment. I understand the take, though. Did that foreigner give me false information? No. Just as I'm finishing my milk, someone approaches the stand. I jump out of cover. Daru? Let's go! Hey! But why didn't you say anything earlier?
Gege, Okarin?
Daru jumps in surprise. But I'm the one who's really shocked here. The storekeeper's looking at us funny, so we decide to change locations.
それで誰よ、あの露店に何を頼もうとしていた？まさかタイターのピンバッジと同じものを偽造しようとしていたわけじゃないよな。
そのまさかであります。
I just finished what you talking about. Apparently, I was talking about, so Okabe was drinking soy milk, and I said if you drink milk by itself, you're fucking weird. The exception is warm milk. I will accept warm milk as an acceptable solution, but if you drink milk by itself, you're fucking weird. And then Natty's over here talking about her freak behavior of drinking milk with fucking pasta and red sauce. Oreo milk, fine. Oreo milk. The milk after the bowl of cereal. Fine, I accept this. Flavored milk, even. Plain milk? You're weird. You're fucking strange. No one does that. So that's what happened. There was the suspicious character the foreigner told me about. So all that stuff about judo, pro wrestling, and balloons was referring to Daru's size. So let's to the whole school throughout the United States that make you drink a carton of milk. See, I never did that though. I never did that. So when I have a nice glass of milk with my eggs in the morning, I'm weird? Yes. Damn, it was all for nothing. Good thing I didn't bring Suzuha along.
しかし、なぜ偽造などしようと？
いや、偽造ってわけじゃなくね。
似たようなものだろうが。
つまりさ、転ばぬ先の杖ってやつ？もしも天音氏の親父さんが見つかんなかったらかわいそうじゃん。だからその時は僕が作ったバッジを見せて、親父さんはいたんだって嘘だな。
Why did you use that one? Why did you use the lewd fucking emote? Scared the shit out of me. Currently backing things out. Scared the shit out of me. I was not prepared for that. The man behind the adder, it was a Canon event. For VOD watchers, what Natty said was, I'm an almond milk babe now. No whole milk and the lewd emote. But like, I don't... Natty.
ぬか喜びさせるということか。
そういう言い方しなくてもよくね。世の中には2種類の嘘があって、ダメな嘘と優しい嘘があるんだぞ。
I would argue all lies hurt people, but that doesn't mean all truths are good.
それは何のエロゲーから得た知識だ？
クラドナドナというエロゲーではなく、いわば人生と呼べるノベルゲーからです。ってやかましいわ。
The motherfucker is talking about Clanad. The one who called me a freak first. Ah, okay, I see where you're going with that.
ダメかな。架空のタイターを作り上げる作戦。
Hold on.
Why do you keep jumping all the time? You fucking freak! You're a freak!
That's what I was referring to when I said that, though.
そんなことをして、鈴葉が喜ぶとでも思っているのか。
Those expressions suddenly turned sad.
これ天音氏からは誰にも言うなって言われてるんだけど。
Explain fake tutor? There's no fake tutor. The Suzuha is John Titor. We're trying to find her father, who had the code name of Barrel Titor. We're trying to find him currently, and we have no leads except for this pin.
オカリンには話しとくよ。
Get a big mouth as usual. Still, he seems that serious, so I better hear him out.
タイムマシンを調べていて、天音氏から聞いたんだけど、あのマシンは過去にしか飛べないらしいんだ。
Oh no.
何？
At first, I don't understand what he means.
バカな。俺が知っているタイターのタイムマシンは未来方向にも飛べた。
Well, if that's the case, then even if we... Oh, no. Even if she gets an IBN 5100, that doesn't mean we'll get it. And on top of that, the only way I know to get an IBN 5100, the fucking bitch disappears. That's really bad. That's really bad.
実際に見たん？
見たわけじゃないが。
そもそもオカリンの言ってるタイターって2000年に現れたやつでしょ。 僕はそんなタイタ見たことも聞いたこともないけどな。
That's right. The tutor I know and Suzuha aren't necessarily the same person. Although their time machines are similar, there are significant differences. For example, the one Sorry, I had to sneeze and it just didn't come. For example, one looks like a Chevy and the other looks like a satellite.
じゃあ本当に
行ったら戻ってこられない。
それは例えば1975年に飛んだらどうなる？今の2010年には戻ってこられないのか？
戻ってくるには1975年から35年間をリアルタイムで生きないと。
マジで？
ということは鈴葉はタイムマシンに乗って2036年に戻ることもできない。
だからさっきからそう言ってるじゃんか。
それはタイムマシンとしては欠陥品だろ。
そう、あのタイムマシンは未完成だって言ってた。
Incomplete。
セルンの技術をパクってアマネ氏の親父さんがこっそり独自に作ったものらしいんだけど、親父さんがセルンに殺されたせいで未完成のままなんだって。それでも過去には飛べるからちっとも問題ないってアマネ氏は笑ってたけどさ。
それは確かな話なんだな。
本人がそう言ったし、アマネ氏が嘘をついてない限りはマジだと思うよ。つうわけで今この時代にタイムマシンの修理が終わるまでに親父さんと会っておかないともう二度と会う機会はないかもしんないじゃん。
I'm still in belief that you're her father, but that's crazy. So that's what she was trying to make a copy of that. So he was trying to make the copy of the pin as evidence that Suzuha's father was hidden here.
だがやはり偽造は良くない。嘘は嘘だ。
バレなければ。
I waved at her silent and massaged my temples. Need to think. Oh man, that's really bad. What difference does it make? True, Suzuha might be sad about missing her father, but that's none of my business. My top priority is Mayuri's safety. That's right. This is not a good line of thinking. I mustn't let my emotions control me. This is a terrible line of thinking. Need to be more rational, more logical. No. You were really emotional beforehand. Now we're gonna be logical now? There's a Japanese proverb. He who pursues two hares will catch neither. That's a good point, but stop! However, a sad smile on Suzuha's face. Now I understand what it meant. I feel something tight deep inside my chest. The next day as night falls, I summon all the light members except Kurisu to Redicon. It's boiling hot on the rooftop even in the evening. When I provide Dairu with a refreshing gift of cola, his sweaty face lightens up.
おお、オカリン。ここでキンキンに冷えたカロリーゼロのコーラの差し入れとか気が利きすぎだろう。
Bro thinks he's a Pepsi Max ad. Okay, Natty, we'll be here. Afterward, Daru and Suzuha start discussing the time machine. Mayuri and I watch from a short distance away.
ねえねえオカリン、あの人工衛星がタイムマシンだったなんてびっくりしたね。
Right, we already had this conversation.
ああ、そうなの。
ビルに突き刺さっちゃってるけどすずさんが無事でよかったね。あれって操作がとっても難しいんだって。重力うんたらかんたら装置の座標がちょっとでもずれるとね、 タイムマシンごとゼリーマンになっちゃってプルンプルン化なんだそうです。しかもね、あのタイムマシンってセルン製じゃないからあんまり安定してないって。1975年に行く時が心配だな。
So if you go to 1975, you wouldn't be able to return back. And I understand why you phrased it the way that you did, because you knew the time machine couldn't go back to the future. Damn it, Blah. What? I didn't say anything. You didn't say anything. And because you didn't say what you were supposed to say, you didn't figure it out till now. Yeah, but because you didn't say what you were supposed to say, I did think it was weird, but I let it slide. Fuck. I thought it was weird that you didn't mention anything about going into the future, but I just let it slide. Fucker. Sorry, you don't have to apologize. It's not like I caught on, but決まってるよ。すずさんの手をキューって握ってね。大丈夫。マユシーが一緒だから大丈夫だよって応援してあげるの。See, I told you the world would be a happier place if everyone had a friend like Mayuri. Now it's not seeming so fucking bad, huh, chat? Not that you guys were arguing against me, but... ねえねえ、オカリ。あのタイムマシンって名前はついてるのかな？気になるならタイタンに直接聞けばいい。ああ、そうだね。マユシうっかりしてたよ。The Mayor Hater Club? Wouldn't it just be Mayor Hater Club? To all you mayor haters out there. Mary giggles and runs off to Suzuha. She returns a few seconds later. We didn't have to ask you this time. Like a Daru and Suzuha again. Daru はそもそもフェイリス萌えだ。ああ、そっか。そうなのかな。I told you, bro. It's gotta be Daru. She tilts her head to the side. ねえねえ、マユシーもタイムマシンもっとよく見てきていいかな。A nod and Mary runs over to the time machine again. Behind the sun glows on glows dark on orange on the horizon. As Mary leaves, Suzuha comes over to stand beside me. Our shadows are long and murky in the fading light. 橋田イタルってすごいね。タイムマシンさ、突貫工事とはいえ、うまくすると明日には直せるかもって。Why doesn't Daru just cover her? I doubt a bullet could penetrate that wall of a man. Please, she would just die another way. Knowing that this game takes place in 2009, they probably take a time to make a fat joke and be like, oh, in this timeline, Daru gets shot, but it's fine. He's fine, but then he falls on top of Mayuri and then Mayuri dies. It's not Big Show, damn. I've heard these words before, just like last time her tone is wistful.
あのマシンは過去にしか飛べないらしいんだ。
It's so weird, bizarre that it does that. The truth I heard from Nitroplus in my head in an endless refrain.
この時代に来ることができて、君たちと同じ時間を過ごせて、私本当に楽しかった。
So how many times do we realize? How many times does the thing has to happen before we realize that Daru's the father? How many episodes of Mari do we have to be on for us to realize that Daru's the father?
っていうか、君たちみんな揃いも揃って我が強くて、癖があって、いろいろと濃すぎて。
My name is what? Mari.
なんだこいつら、なんて思ってたけどさ。
Why do you think he's the father? Like, bro? Well, for one, I think it's better writing. It's just better writing. Because Mari, I think it's M-A-U-R-I? M-A-U-R-Y? One of them. It was a TV show. I don't think that's the right TV show that I'm trying to talk to, but that's the one that's the show. I don't think that's the right show, but yeah, that's the show I'm talking about. And the reason why I think Daru's the father is because it's better writing, for one, and for two, Barrel could refer to his name. The Barrel could refer to him being a big guy, so Barrel, big like a barrel. Three, there's the fact that he went to go get the pin made in the first place, and it could be like a self-sustained time loop. So he gets the pin made to show to Suzuha. He keeps the pin, and then in the future he has Suzuha. See? But for the most part, I just think it's better writing if it's about if it's Daru. The Barrel and Daru do kind of sound the same.
いつの間にか君たちといる時間が楽しくなってたよ。2036年はさ、とっても平和で喧嘩すら起きないんだ。
I was grabbing water. What's happening? I was giving my reasoning to why I think Daru is the father. I shake my head.
とにかくさ、喧嘩すら起きない。およそ争いって名のつくものは、ミクロなものからマクロなものまで全部消えちゃった。その代わり、みんな死んだ魚みたいな目をしてた。誰も覇気がなくて、歩く足はズリズリってすり足で。笑いはするけど、怒ったり悲しんだりはしなくて。個性なんて誰も持ってなかった。みんなロボットみたいだった。
She changed her line here, which is nice, or a good detail, because she doesn't talk about us getting mad at her because that didn't happen.
この前、君が私にすごく怒ったでしょ。
Never mind.
あの時、すごくびっくりして、すごくショックだったんだけど。
Didn't that technically not happen?
すごく嬉しくなったんだよ。
Well, she's talking about a different time, but didn't that happen on this day? Jumps to the night after the convo. That doesn't make sense. Because why would we get mad at her a second time and have the exact same conversation? Like, it doesn't... Like, why? For what reason? Suzuha looks at the time machine. Daru and Mayuri are sitting next to each other, talking cheerfully about something or another.
君のラボに出入りしてるみんなは生き生きしててすごく眩しい。椎名真由里も橋田至も牧瀬クリスも。
Jumped to after it? Nobody didn't. It was at night? It happens right before we find the street vendor, and he says it happens on the 11th, which means it happened on this day. We jump back to the 11th. So no, that conversation didn't happen. Unless he intentionally had the conversation again, and that makes no fucking sense. The conversation with Suzuha was the day of the 11th. You jumped to the night of the 11th and found Daru there. That happened on the 12th. No, I'm tripping? Alright.
私もみんなみたいになりたいって思ったよ。こうして頑張れてるのも君たちと会えたおかげ。ほんのちょっとでもラボメンの一員になれてよかった。
Then she smiles a soft, sad smile that tears at my heart. This time I know what that smile means.
ほんのちょっとの間でも君たちと一緒にいられてよかった。
Suzuha obviously knew from the beginning that if she traveled to 1975, she could never return.
岡部倫太郎、きっと未来を変えてね。今みたいな自由な世界に変えて。
The first time I heard her speak those words, I thought she was being sentimental because she couldn't return to her original 2036. I was wrong. Forget about 2036. She can't even return here to 2010, not without living 35 years. She'll be 54 when 2010 comes around. The present us and the present Suzuha can never meet again. Suzuha chose this mission to change the future, to save Meiri. Unless Suzuha travel, that's an interesting way to do time travel, because you don't have to worry about weird time holes if you can only go one direction, and then you have to live out the rest of it a normal way. That's an interesting way to do time travel, because most of the time time travel has a bunch of plot holes in it with how it works, but this is a way for the time travel to be explained without any plot holes. But then what about Suzuha herself? When she leaves for 1975, she'll have to sacrifice everything she has here. How does she feel about that? Obviously, she's gonna get about it. Come on, Dra.
思い出を作ったことを後悔しているか？
どういうこと？
どうせ1975年へ行くのならば、この2010年において俺たちと仲良くならなければよかったと思ったことはないか？
Alright, good night, Luis. Or maybe I'll see you again later, but...
お前が捨てるべき生きてきた痕跡は一つで済んだ。お前は事実上2回自分の存在を殺すことになる。
もしかして橋田至から聞いた？
Suzuha frowns.
あいつもお前のことを心配している。
I'm grabbing a tissue. Give me a second. Crying? I'm not crying. I'll tell you if I'm crying, but I'm not crying right now.
誰にも言うなって念を押しといたのに。
どうなんだ？
She's mucus, evidently. Yeah, that.
1975年へ行くことについてどう思っている？
どうもこうもないよ。
Suzuha's expression suddenly hardens.
私は行かなきゃいけないんだ。それが私が選んだ道だし、父さんの意志でもある。
もし俺やダルが止めたら？
無視する。アットチャンネルでも言われた。私だけの考えで何億人にも影響を与えるような過去改変を行うとは何様だってね。でもさ、あんな未来にはなってほしくないから。私は君たちみたいに自由で笑い合って、時には喧嘩もして、争いがあって悲しい時もある。そんな人生を私が生まれた時代の人たちに送ってもらいたいし、未来を変えればきっと父さんも椎名真由里も君もセルンに殺されることなくなるだろうから。
Excuse me. Sorry.
エゴかもしれないけど、私は行く。
そのためならお前自身はどうなってもいいと？
何言ってんの？ 70年代だって悪くないよ。そこでまた君たちみたいな愉快な友達を作って自由に生きていくよ。
Well, here's the next question. If Suzuha does what she doesn't, this something has to happen where she doesn't go back to the past. But if Suzuha goes back into the past, and she goes back to the 70s. That means she's about 50 in this time period. Where the fuck is she? We should have met her by now. And just like that, Suza heads back to her usual self. Despite her cheerful smile, I'm certain that her resolve is forged from the fear and doubt, the likes of which a few can imagine. I was a fool to think that my words could sway her. Beneath the clear blue sky, the time machine comes to life. Its repairs are complete. Mary and I helped drain the last of the water out of the cockpit. The machine is still stuck in Redicon's wall, but that's a small matter. Larry gazes at the time machine with a satisfied expression. Mary is jumping with joy, and Kurisu, who ran over as soon as she completed the time loop machine, is visibly relieved. Meanwhile, Suza is struggling to attach her mountain bike to the... Why do you have a mountain bike? To the time machine's exterior. She likes it so much she wants to bring it with her to 1975. Fair enough. Kurisu is worried that it might cause a time paradox. My heart is still heavy. Should I let Suza leave like this? I chided myself for the thought. It's not my choice to make. Suza isn't from this time. If she doesn't want to stay, then I have no reason to keep her from leaving. Suza finishes securing her bike and turn. Oh yeah, there was a mountain bike in the original timeline, wasn't there? Wait, there was a mountain bike in the original timeline. Now, why is that there? Why could that be a thing? That event is getting even hazier and hazier when it happens. The event in which what timeline are you referring to? The first one, when we started the game, her spaceship was on, or her time machine, excuse me, was on top of the building, and Okabe referred to the mountain bike that was attached to it. He didn't know what it was. We didn't know what it was, but it was definitely a mountain bike attached to it. There was? I'll pull it up. Fuck it. Ah! Why the fuck did you go over here? Bro. All right. Can I beat the game for a second? Just for a second, I need the game to shut the fuck up. A strange machine is sitting in the middle of the roof. Its It's huge. Maybe 3 meters tall? It looks kind of like a satellite. Did that thing cause the shaking right just now? Who put it here? Was it Dr. Nakabashi? Is this part of his presentation? Impossible. Even if that were the case, how the hell would he get up here? Right, it's bursting with questions. As I search for the courage to approach the machine, a throng of reporters and building staff burst into the roof. It sounds like I said a thong instead of a throng. Just as confused as I am. Then a woman, who I assume is a staff member, appears to wave us back. Is that Suzuha? That's funny. Is she trying to hide something? Her response was unusually quick, almost like she's trying to keep me away from that device. That was Suzuha. I want to know, but I shouldn't risk getting any closer. I turn and leave, but not because I'm scared of anything like that. The staff member, I would have believed you if you didn't say that. Staff members lead all us back. Find her on the Yuri is nowhere to be seen. She's not in the. Maybe that wasn't the case. I guess I misremembered that. I feel like there was a mountain bike on that though. Event. Several. All right. Well, it's a good thing I checked. It's crazy that you remembered useful data by remembering something incorrect. Indeed. I didn't actually read that. What did that say? Susan finished security gets off bicycle with a soft smile. It's not the painful forced smile I saw yesterday. We don't perform a startup test. Activating the time machine would draw too much attention. We're just gonna going to wing it. Fortunately, we have a time leap machine for insurance. My only regret is that we couldn't find her father. Brother, if only he knew. Let Mems pat Suzuha on the shoulder and offer the words of encouragement, each in his or her own way. Suzuha offers her father's pin. In the end, we couldn't decipher his inscription.
Okabe Rintaro, これあげるよ。あのラボの片隅にでもいいからさ、置いといて。
You really think that it wouldn't still be paraded even if? Yeah, honestly. She regretting her decision to leave? Is this pin meant to be proof that Amane Suzuha was here with us in this time?
ピンバッジのことだけどさ。
Shadow hesitates for a moment and steps forward.
それと同じ図柄でラボ面みんなの分を作ったらどうかな。ラボ面の証つうか。
ああ、それすっごくいいかもだよ。
珍しく気が利くじゃない。
なんかそういう使い方してもらえると私としては照れちゃうな。
つうわけなんで画像はもう撮ったし、そのバッジは天音氏が持ってってよ。親父さんの大切な形見っしょ。
うん、そうする。
Stay silent. There's nothing I can say. I couldn't stop Suzuha from leaving if I tried. But unless she goes, I can't save Maeri. はいはい、
パンパカパーン。ここでマユシーから 重大な発表があります。
Is this bitch about to do what I think she's about to do? Mary suddenly raises her hands and calls for attention. As usual, she completely fails to sense the gravity of the situation. Now, I suppose it's our fault for not telling her the truth about Suzuha's time machine. In any case, she has my attention. What could her announcement be? Could Mary have found out that she's fated to die? Quickly glance at Kurisu, but she seems just as confused as I am. Then what is it?
マユシーはですね、すずさんのお父さん見つけました。
Okay, she figured it out. Nice.
は？
マジ？
Mayuri puffs out her chest proudly.
会いたいよね。というわけで、今日はお父さんに来ていただいてます。
I like that she's smug.
どこ？
Everyone, including me, starts looking around. Mayuri has a hook, line, and sinker. I scan the empty event hall, but there's no one else here. Where could he be?
それでは発表します。すずさんのお父さんは
うお、セルフドラムロール？
じゃぐじゃん。すずさんのお父さんは
Mary flashes Suzuha a grin.
ダルくんです。
Called it. She thrusts her finger at Daru. Her jaws drop in unison. After awkward silence comes awkward laughter.
そのロジックはジョークになってないでしょう。そもそもこの変態が結婚なんてできるわけないし。
No one said he was married. No one. He just has to make it with a girl. That's not impossible. Shit. I've seen. If fucking Elon Musk could get Grimes for a second, like, come on, bro. Elon Musk is the most loser on the fucking planet. Like, no, he's loser prime. If Elon Musk, even with money, could get fucking sex, come on, bro. Beto has a chance.
その言い草ひどくね？
いや、クリスティーナの言い草に全面的に同意する。ダルは30歳を超えて魔法使いにクラスチェンジするのが確定だ。
お前ら少しは自重しろ。
30.
でも事実だから反論できない。
Did he just die? Beto falls to his hands and knees, devastated. As for Susa herself, she clearly doesn't know how to react.
そもそも私の父さんこんなに太ってなかったよ。
He's fucking like 18. That doesn't mean he can't lose weight. Jeez.
もうみんなダル君に冷たいよ。
うわ、僕をかばってくれるのはマユシだけだよ。なんという天使。さては僕に惚れてるな。
Harsh. Well, I mean, he walked into that. He literally asked for it.
マユシーの推理だとダル君は絶対にすずさんのお父さんなの。
じゃあ聞かせてよ。どう証明したのか。
ピンバッジに書いてある文字のことをね、ずっと考えてたんだ。でね、じーって見てたら7010の7の部分がちょっと変だなって気づいて、これはね7じゃなくて2なんだよ。下の横棒がかすれて消えちゃってるだけ。
I guess early on that Suzu's dad was either Okabe or Daru, but not until the end. How quickly did I guess? I didn't say anything until you guys brought it up, but I mean, I basically said that immediately, right? Like, the way the plot was going, it was going to be Okabe, but I was like, man, it'd be so much cooler if Daru was the father.
え、本当に？
How did the two even fall off, though? Like, it doesn't make sense that it fell off because none of the numbers are separated by, like, partitions or, like, the parts in a number. So it doesn't make sense for you to, like, do that. She's right. I mean, obviously, but, like, it doesn't make, like, from a graphic design standpoint, so that makes no sense because this font doesn't do that. So it doesn't make sense how it fell off. It stares at the inscription on the pin again.
小さすぎてよくわかんないけど。
デジカメで撮った画像を拡大するとね、気づくよ。
2010って西暦のこと？まさに今年のことじゃない。
だったら最初のアルファベットは何を意味するんだ？
The most clear evidence before Mayuri says all of this is honestly the fact that Suzuha knows all this stuff about the future Okabe, but nothing about Daru or her dad. That's a good point. Her not having evidence is evidence enough.
Okabe, Shina, Hashida, Makise.
I wouldn't have gotten that.
Amane.
Star. Oh, because of the other members. Why didn't you just put their fucking names there? Why did you just put their fucking name there? I don't. Come on now.
Sure.
It was right in front of us all along. We just didn't know where to look. There's an explanation for that. If Lukako fucking dies, I will be so pissed. I will be so beyond pissed. Lukako better not fucking die. Or be any kind of traitor or some shit. I'll be so mad. Ferris, I'm confused about as well, actually. Why would Ferris not be there?
これラボメンの頭文字じゃん。
2010年って言ったら何かなって考えたらね、ラボメンの年だって思って。
Year of the lab maps.
未来ガジェット研究所ができたのは今年だもん。
そういうことか。
でね、すずさんから聞いた未来の話にはオカリンとクリスちゃんの話は出てくるけど、ダルくんの話はちっとも出てこなかったでしょ。
それを言うならマユシだって。
That is observation startles me. It's an obvious thing to wonder about, but it strikes too close to home.
マユシはラボメンだけどタイムマシンは作れないし、争い事も好きじゃないから。
No, the reason there aren't any stories about Mayuri is because she dies in a few hours. Only Kisu, Suzanne, and I know about that, and we see nothing.
でもね、ダルくんはスーパーハッカーだし、オカリンの右腕だし、電話レンジちゃんだってオカリンとダルくんの2人で作ったんだから、名前が出てこなくちゃおかしいと思うの。
名前が出てこない。すなわち名前を偽っているっていうことね。
すずさんがいたレジスタンスを作った人の中にはオカリンとバレルタイターさんもいたんでしょ。で、2010年の秋葉にいた人でタイムマシンを独自に研究できる人で、オカリンのリーディングシュークリームを
Reading Stoner.
リーディングしたいな。
それについて知ってる人、 ね、ダルくんならぴったりでしょ。
確かに。
それにね、すずさんがお父さんと会おうとしていた日のこと覚えてる？タイムマシンオフ会に行けばお父さんに会えると思ったんだよね。
I did peep that as well, but the evidence didn't come up here. We know that because we tailed her.
ちなみにダルくんもそのオフ会に行こうとしてたでしょ？
あれは日本 SF 史を語る上で重要なオフ会だったんだマジで。まあ天音氏の尾行ついでに潜り込めたからラッキーだったけど。
I don't remember that. That must have happened because of the email I sent. This is the curse of reading Steiner. Although I keep my memories from previous world lines, I don't acquire the memories of events of new world lines.
父さんからそのオフ会の話を聞いたことがあって、子供の頃のことだからうろ覚えだったけど、とにかく行けば会えるかなって思ったんだ。
じゃああの会場で僕に会ってたらそれで解決だったって話？
どうかな。その時点では橋田至お父さんだとは認識できなかったかも。
Still, the evidence keeps piling out.
あとね、タイムマシンの名前 FG204 なんとかかんとかって言うんだけど、なんだっけ。
FG204 セカンドエディションバージョン 2.31。
That would have given it away. Like, if that wasn't the dead ringer.
そのネーミングセンスは間違いなくダル。
それに FG はね、きっとフューチャーガジェットの略だと思うんだ。
Ha! Wait, what was it? Future Gadget 204. So Sousa's time machine nickname is Future Gadget number 204?
最後に名前バレルタイターさんはね、
I told you to stop sleeping on my Eddie.
しか考えられないよ。
そういえば昨日の夜、まゆりからバレルの意味を教えてって聞かれたけど。
バレルはね、樽って意味なんだよね、クリスちゃん。
And you guys heard me put that together when I said it with the accent.
樽？ダル！
ダジャレ？
でね、すずさん、橋田至って10回言ってみて。
なんで？
言えばわかるよ。
橋田至、橋田至、橋田至、橋田至、橋田至、橋田至、橋田至、橋田至、橋田至、橋田至。
今、ダイターって聞こえなかった？
聞こえた。
橋田至、橋田至、橋田至、橋田至。
マジで？
マジです。
The fact I told you, stop sleeping on her. She's not stupid. I can't believe it. My fucking goat. Mayedi's my goat, bro. I fucking love her. With all this evidence laid out in front of me, I can't really deny it either. If his jaw drops again, only this time we're saying it Daru and Suza.
とってもお似合いの親子だと思うな。
プラシーボ効果かしらね。言われてみれば二人が似てるような気もしてきた。
お手柄だな。名探偵椎名真由里だ。
名探偵？そんなこと言われたの初めてだよ。
She says it did most of the time, but she's literally she's Japanese Columbo, chat. Mayuri is Japanese Columbo. No one would ever suspect her. We all thought it was Phoenix Wright, but it was actually Mayuri the whole time.
ああ、娘天音氏が僕の
Little wide eye points at Suzuha, flapping his lips like a fish out of water.
父さん。
そういう時はパパと呼びなさい。
I don't think they look alike at all, but I feel like Columbo would definitely get along with Mayuri. He actually would. I think because Mary's so childish in nature, I think he would appreciate that and just be like, he would appreciate that and just hang out with her.
こんな時ぐらい変態はやめろよ。
父さん。
Suzuha tries to hold back her tears, but can't. They fall from her eyes and roll down her cheeks. Seeing this, Daru stops his joking and lets Suzuha speak.
私、来たよ。父さんに会うために。父さんが作ったタイムマシンに乗って。父さんのやろうとしていたことを私が絶対やり遂げるから。だから見ててほしい。
見てるよ。絶対見てるよ。
Suzuha walks up to Daru and hugs him gently. Daru awkwardly but firmly hugs her back. Father and daughter reunited across time. I'm truly glad we could bring them together.
ちなみに君の母さんは可愛かった？ロリ顔で背が小さくてだけど巨乳ってのを希望。
それは内緒にしとく。
When Suzuha finally steps away from Daru, she's smiling once again.
さてと、これでこの世界線への未練はきれいさっぱり断ち切れたから、そろそろ行くよ。
待て、もう行くのか。父親と積もる話があったりしないのか。
What am I doing? Suzuha's mind's set. I know that nothing I say will convince her to stay. It's madness to even try. If she stays, Miyuri dies. I know that. So why am I trying to stop her?
私は大丈夫。きっと IBN5100 を手に入れてみせるから。
She looks at us with the face of a warrior.
未来を変えるのは君たちにかかってる。私は荷物をこの秋葉原に絶対持ってくるから。そして君たちに責任を持って託すから。お願い。未来を変えてほしい。
Nobody speaks. Nobody nods. We don't have the words. But she sees it on our faces. Resolve. Suzuha entrusted us with her will and her mission. We meet her gaze, each of us, and solemnly swear to protect them to the end. The future Suzuha came from is not the future we wish for. In Suzuha's time, Daru and I fought to change it. This time, we'll make sure it never happens. Mayuri will live. Kurisu will be free. Suzuha will grow up knowing her father. We must change the future. That's all it takes. That all these things may come to pass.
それじゃ35年後に会おうね。君たちにとっては数時間後か。あ、そうそう。タイムマシンが時間跳躍するとき、紫外線光がすごいから直視しない方がいいよ。
That final warning, Suzuha that's what the red shit was. Suzuha boards the time machine. She waits once more, and then the hatch closes behind her. Moments later, the machine comes to life. A shrill alarm starts ringing. There are no other sounds. It makes less noise than I'd expect. People on the street below start shouting and cheering at the satellite's sudden activity. They all look up and point. What a weird time for a male. Goodbye. Sayonara, John Taita. When I failed to stop her on a previous world line, she sent me the exact same text before leaving. But this time, the word holds a completely holds a completely different meaning. I lift my eyes from the message to see the space around the time machine begin to warp. A cocoon of light appears and envelops a fuselage. I squint my eyes against the brilliance.
Suzuha.
We will never see her again. Not this Suzuha. Yes, we can seek her out in our time. I know that I will make the effort. But the next time we meet, an immense gulf of time will divide us. No matter how hard we wish it were different, she would not be the girl we knew. All of a sudden, Daru takes a step into the light.
Suzuha! きっとまた会おうな。僕その時まで頑張るから。頑張るだなんてとっさにこんな言葉しか出なくて、自分のボキャブラリーの貧弱さが嫌になるけどさ。とにかく僕は頑張るから。Suzuhaも頑張ってな。
His words probably can't reach her anymore. As the light grows more intense, I raise my hand and shield my eyes. Bathed in the radiant particles, the cocoon slowly unfurls. The next thing I know, Suzuha's time machine has vanished into thin air, leaving a hole the size of a dump truck in Redicon's wall. The air is thick with the smell of ozone and seems to pulse softly where the machine stood. We stand there for a while, staring silently at the empty spot while the summer breeze blows gently past. As if the wind were fate itself. Yeah, Daru saying goodbye almost got me. I almost cried there. Unfortunately, we don't have time to mourn her departure. In about an hour and a half, Moeka group will attack the lab. Before that happens, we need to acquire the IBN 5100 that Suzuha went to 1975 to obtain. The time machine's sudden disappearance has thrown the area into chaos, which makes it easy for us to slip out unnoticed. See you in 35 years, Suzuha said. 54-year-old Suzuha would be here in Akihabara. Before she left, we decided that the time machine's disappearance would be the cue to bring the IBN 5100 to the lab. When we return to the lab, there's no 54-year-old woman waiting for us. It seems Suzuha hasn't come yet. Kurisu gasps for breath while Meiri calmly munches on a banana. As I check the lab for any sign of Suzuha, our line of red numbers catches my eye. The meter reads 33.7187%. The versions hasn't changed. The reading standard didn't activate this time, so I suspected that might be the case. Let's think this through. I thought that divergence would change the instant Suzuha obtained an IBN 5100 in 1975. And maybe there's something else that needs to happen. Will it change the instant Suzuha hands me the IBN 5100? Or will it change when we use the IBN 5100 to delete my email from CERN's database? At any rate, all we can do now is wait for Suzuha to arrive.
今はさ、Suzuhaは54歳になってるわけでしょ?
After catching his breath, Daru speaks.
自分の娘が30以上も年上になってるのって見たいような見たくないような変な気分だお。
それどころか結婚してもう孫がいてもおかしくないわね。54歳なら。
つまり僕はこの年にしてひ孫の姿を拝めるとどんな顔していいかわかんねえ。
ひいおじいちゃんらしくドーンって構えてればいいと思うよ。
ひいおじいちゃんって言わんでくれ。
A knock on the door interrupts the idle chatter. It has to be Suzuha because CERN would have just kicked the door in like they did last time. It must be Suzuha. Everyone looks at me with a strange mixture of anticipation and anxiety, and I slowly open the door.
Oh, Okabe.
Hi. Instead of an old woman, we get a wall of muscle. Our disappointment is palpable.
なんだあなた。
なあ、うちのバイト来てないか。
Mr. Braun peeks into the lab.
すずさんならね、35年前。
シャラップ、まゆり。
Chris covers Mayuri's mouth.
なんか知ってんのか？あいつどこ行ったんだよ。ここ数日ずっと休みっぱなしで、次にいつバイト出るかわかんねえんだよな。携帯に電話しても繋がらねえし。
We don't have time for this, but I can't just order him to leave, not unless I want another cracked skull.
彼女は実家に帰ると言っていましたよ。もうここには来ないでしょう。
How old is Mr. Brown? He's 32. There's a possibility where that this could be this could be Deru's grandkid if she has kids like almost immediately after getting into 75.
何？そうなのか？
It also makes sense why she showed up here and was like, I have to fucking da 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 da.
あのガキ、雇い主である俺には一言もなしか。
The future is changing. Isn't this proof? On my previous leads, Mr. Brown never came by the lab. This must be related to Suzuha's trip to 1975. Surely it's a good sign. Now, as long as the attractor field doesn't amend history again. Mr. Brown sighs and turns to me with a serious expression.
まあいいわ。こうして訪ねてきたのは岡部。おめえに用があるからだ。
俺に？
He hands me an envelope. It's addressed to Okabe and Taro. There's no stamp or postmark. The name is Hashida Suzu is written on the back.
これは？
前に俺が世話になった人からの手紙だ。今日お前に渡してくれって頼まれてた。
That wasn't big enough to change a divergence? That seems pretty fucking big.
え？誰だ？
Bro, you didn't catch it by the name immediately?
おめえこそすずさんとはどういう関係なんだ？
Suzu-san? Suzu-san, of course. The name on the back reads Hashida Suzu-san. Hashida is Daru's last name.
この女性は今どこに？
いや、10年前に亡くなったが。
She passed away? She wasn't even that old. What the fuck did she pass away from?
亡くなった？
She's dead? What the fuck did she pass away from? That means she passed away when she was 40. Oh my god. She'd have been 43. She died so young, bro. That's not even half of her lifespan. Yeah, after hearing that she died and fucking she's fucking died, there's no way. Also, he just confirmed the fact that that's not the case because she said she owned the building before him. A whip of dizziness nearly sweeps me off my feet.
いくつぐらいの人だった？
50は超えてなかったな。
She wasn't even mid 40s. She was early 40s. The age fits.
渡してくれて感謝します、ミスター・ブラウン。
これもしかしてすずさん？
マジで？なんで店長が？
Mr. Brown clearly doesn't understand our reaction, and we're not about to explain. I thank him again, and he grumbles a bit and leaves. As soon as he's gone, I break the seal and open the envelope. Inside is a handwritten letter. The character is slightly messy, as if her hand was shaking as she wrote it. Our eyes transfixed, begin to read.
Okabe 凛太郎様。
Sama?
お久しぶりです。天音鈴葉です。橋田タイターの娘です。あなたにとってはつい数時間前以来のことかもしれない。今は西暦2000年の6月13日です。これをあなたが読んでいるだいたい10年前ということになります。結論だけ書く。失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した。私は失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した私は失敗した失敗。今は西暦2000年の6月14日です。これをあなたが読んでいるだいたい9年前10年前になります。失敗した。私が私だということを思い出したのはほんの1年前だった。恐怖の大王が落ちるとか言われてた日。バカだバカだ。何が恐怖の大王だ。どうせなら落ちてくれればよかった。私はこの24年間記憶を失っていた。覚えていたのは名前ぐらいだった。思い出したのはほんの1年前だった。恐怖の大王が落ちると言われて落ちなかった日。恐怖の大王なんてどこにもいないけど私は死にたい。修理が完全じゃなかった。タイムマシンは不具合があった。私は1975年に飛んだ時何も覚えていなかった。それを今になって思い出す私は真っ白でどうしたらいいか分からず施設に保護された。今は一人暮らしをしているけどそれは橋田鈴というまっさらな人間として普通に生活してきただけで天音鈴葉としての使命は完全に忘れていて去年思い出した。失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した失敗した私は失敗。何が原因なの。タイムトラベルはうまくいかなかった。父さんの修理が完全じゃなかったんだ。でも父さんは悪くない。私が悪いんだ。
まっすぐ1975年へ飛んでいればよかった。2010年に寄り道するべきじゃなかった。わがままを言ってる場合じゃなかった。これじゃ未来は変わらない。 IBN5100 は手には入れられなかった。ごめんね。私は何のためにこの年まで生きてきたんだろう。使命を忘れてただのうのうと生きてきた。こんな人生何の意味もない。意味がない。思い出さなければよかった。思い出せてよかった。君に謝ることができてよかった。許して。私の計画は狂ってしまった。その原因をこの1年考え続けていた。そして分かった。私が1975年へ飛ぶのを1日でもためらわなければこんなことにはならなかった。岡部倫太郎、君はあのタイムマシンオフ会の後、1975年へ飛ぼうとした私を引き止めた。それはとても嬉しかったけど、でもそこで引き止めたのは失敗だったんだ。私はあの日飛ばなければならなかったんだ。あの日を逃したらダメだったんだ。引き止められたから、その夜に雷雨があってタイムマシンが壊れてしまったんだ。もしも時間を戻せるなら、あの日の私を引き止めないようにしてほしい。そうすれば私は君たちに IBN5100 を届けられる。使命を果たせる。私は使命を果たしたい。父さんと約束したから。父さんの意志だから。私の未来を変えたいから。ごめん。こんな人生は無意味だった。
Agent, realize I'm crying. Holy shit, man. Holy shit, that's a lot. And if she died at 40, I can only assume that she killed herself. Because even if that's the case, even if she got to 40, she still had 10 years to figure that shit out. So I can only assume that she despaired and killed herself. Lost her memory. Her life was meaningless. This can't be happening. Nobody says a word. Their faces like mine are frozen in disbelief. I turn to Daru. He's whiter than a sheet.
Daru. Time machine は直したんじゃなかったのか?
Come on, we already been over this. It was in the letter. Don't do this.
治ってたはずだよ。はずだけど、そもそもタイムマシンを直すのなんて初めてだったし、見落としがあったのかも。
見落としたと？そのせいでお前の娘は24年間も記憶を失ったのだぞ。
Brother, you cannot do this right now.
僕だって好きで見落としたわけじゃ。
Assigning blame is not going to do anything right now.
そうよ。二人とも落ち着きなさい。橋田はできる限りのことを精一杯やった。彼を責めるのは他と違いよ。
お前はなんでそんなに冷静なんだ。
こういう性格なの。悪かったな。とにかく落ち着け。
That is fault. I know that. But it can't end like this. It can't. It doesn't have to. She already said what she needs to do, and I'm sure we can come up with an even better plan. So, what can we do? What we should do is we should time leap back to the 11th, and then we should send the D-mail, so that way we have enough time to continue to keep working on the D-mail.
What the hell
Or
is
to
this?
keep working on the time leap machine. That's what we should do. That's the plan. What the fuck did she mean by D-mail? Ah! No one will ever know! At this point, if something that comes from the main character doesn't seem like the right shit, we should blame the writer. Yeah, because she literally said it at this point, so. What was just a feeling when she wrote this letter? She felt despair. She played a Danganronpa game. I look at the words scrawled up on the page. Every character resonant with despair. I wanted to welcome her back with a smile. Instead, this. Suza is dead. 10 years gone. How did she die? Don't tell me. Mr. Brown must know what happened. I'll run to the window and check the street. Mr. Brown is outside closing up shop.
Mr. Brown!
I'll run downstairs.
お、岡部。例のラジカンの人工衛星消えたってよ。大騒ぎらしいぜ。
I guess it's already made the news.
そんなことより。
No, Dave, he took a really long pause. I thought he was done.
橋田鈴さんの亡くなった状況について。
知ってどうする？
He looks at me hard. I meet his stare unflinching.
俺は今まで彼女の死について何も知らなかった。
I didn't know she was dead until just recently.
彼女の最後を知っておかなければならない。そんな気がするんです。そうしなくちゃいけないんだ。それがどんな最後だったにしろ、この胸に刻みつけておかないと。
単なる好奇心ってわけじゃなさそうだな。で、もう一度聞くが、すずさんとはどういう関係だ？
古い知り合いです。
That's all I can say.
とても古い知り合いで、でも彼女と過ごしたわずかな時間は今もはっきり思い出すことができるんです。聞かせてください。
あまり言いたくはないんだがな。これから俺が言うことは心して聞けよ。いいか？
I slowly nod. And then I get my answer.
自殺だ。
Yep. The word drops on my heart like an anvil. Suicide. My knees give out and I collapse to the pavement.
自宅で首をつってな。
Oh, Jesus!
俺が第一発見者だ。
So oh my god. So the letter we just got was her fucking suicide note. Oh, wow. All right. Okay. My life was meaningless. Recall the last words that she wrote in her letter, words of unimaginable despair. She didn't deserve so bleak an end.
そんなことになる1年ぐらい前から精神的に随分不安定になってな。それまでは明るくて優しい人だったんだが、俺はあの人の家に下宿させてもらってたんだ。スーズさんは天涯孤独だったし、葬式にはほとんど人は来なかった。寂しいもんだったぜ。さっきの手紙はスズさんが死ぬ1週間前に渡された。2010年の今日になったら岡部倫太郎という青年に渡してくれってな。スズさんは予知能力でも持ってたのかと思ったぜ。おめえが上に越してきた時はな。
Try to stand, but my legs betray me. I stumble, but I fall. A small body supports my shoulder.
オカリン、大丈夫？
Nairi. It's me taking all of her strength to hold me up. Did Mayuri hear how Suza had died? Her eyes are wet, and her lips are trembling. Still, she's the one supporting me. Mary and I bowed deeply to Mr. Brown and returned to the lab. When we get back, Dara is seated at his computer, head on the table. Kirisu is standing in front of the TV, watching an excited reporter talk about Bradicon. The disappearance of the satellite is huge news, obviously. The lounge is silent, save for the TV. No one says a word. I look at the table. The divergence meter still reads 0.337187%. It hasn't changed since before Susan had left. What went wrong? I can't go back 10 years with the time leap machine. I can't do anything about Suzuka's death. Should I have stopped her from leaving after all? Maybe then this tragedy wouldn't have happened. What choice did I have? I can't save Mayuri without the IBM 5100. Suzuka had to travel to 1975. I consider my options. If I redo these 2 days again, Daryl fix the time machine so this doesn't happen? Is fixing the time machine even possible? Daryl's skills are second to none, and the time machine was built by his own hands 26 years in the future. It seems logical that he would be able to fix it. But look at it another way. It took Daryl a whole 26 years to learn how to build the time machine, and he had to reverse engineer CERNs to do it. Maybe it's unreasonable to expect Daryl to perform flawless repairs in only 2 days. If that's the case, can I have Daryl use the time machine and repeat the 2 days until he repairs it? No, I'll have to start from scratch each time. 2 days just aren't enough. I collapse into the sofa and bury my face in my hands. Mary sits next to me and gently rubs my back. I'm grateful for her kindness. I recall what Suzuha wrote. You can go back to that day. Please let me be. The email I sent. Could that be the cause? On the original world line, Suzuha leapt it to 1975 after failing to meet her father. Unsatisfied with the outcome, I sent the email to convince myself to follow Suzuha to prevent her from leaving. As a result, she remained in 2010 for an additional 4 days. But that night, the time machine was damaged by a thunderstorm. hadn't followed Suzuha that day. If I hadn't sent the D-mail to myself, your time machine would not have malfunctioned. She would have arrived safely in 1975. The solution is obvious. I need to cancel that D-mail. But can I really do that? If I change the past so that Suzuha leaves, won't that undo the 4 days we spent together? Our frantic search through the streets of Akiba. The heartfelt confession on the roof of Radicon. Her tearful reunion with her father Daru. All of it would be undone. What do I do? Urgent bulletin pops on the TV. Alright, it's do or die time. I look up in surprise. Terrorist bomb threat suspends Yamanote, Sobu, Keihin, Tokyo lines. Damn boy, this man will be here any minute. There's no time to think, no time to hesitate. I run downstairs and break into Braun Tube Workshop and turn on the 42-inch CRT. Then I return to the lab and activate the time leap machine.
Okabe, どうするつもり?
Kurisu demands answers. I can see the fear in her eyes.
なんとかしなければならない。このままでいいはずはないんだ。
Okabe.
オカリン、無茶はダメだよ。
Don't try to stop me, Miyori. Can't let this stand. There are two options. I can cancel the D-mail that convinced me to pursue Suzuha. Sending a contradictory D-mail should do the trick. Or I can leap in time to prevent Suzuha from leaving. Okay, so I was instructed by Filler. Just save it right here again. I was instructed by Filler to not send the D-mail the first time. Just make a save beforehand. Two options, but really just one. Not hesitate, Okabe or Nintaro. Hesitation is unforgivable. You already know what you must do. Stop pursuit. Last mail is served trap. That should be enough to convince me to let Suzuha go.
クリス、お前は日付を正確に覚えている特技があったな。
So hello, Naruto. How long have you been here?
鈴葉の励まし会をやったのはいつだ?
4日前、8月9日。
オカリン、D メールを送るの。でもそうしたら全部消えちゃうんだよ。
4 days. May not sound like much, but in that time we forged a definite bond with Suzuha. To send this D-mail is to sever that bond. An hour or so, I've been running a few jobs in FF10 to test some strats. Gotcha. I didn't get to see the end of your stream. Were you stuck in FF10 because it looked like you were stuck from what I was watching. I know that. I know that. This is the only choice I have. I set the phone rave to 97 hours ago. This D-mail should arrive a few hours after that. Now I just need to send it. Save Mayuri. That is my purpose. That is what drove me to leap through time. I'll do whatever it takes to save her. This is just one more sacrifice. Erase the time you spent with Suzuha. Destroy whatever bond you had. Send the D-mail. Push the button. Isn't that what Suzuha wished for? You'll be saving her from 25 years of loneliness, from ending her life in utter despair. Save Suzuha. Save Mayuri. Oh, I know. I know I can make the choice now. That's why I made the save beforehand. Like I said, I was instructed by fillers to anytime you get the chance to do a D-mail, save beforehand and then don't send it. Are we fucking go then? All right. the right thing to do. This is right. What is it really? Is erasing those memories really the right thing to do? Isn't that just running away from reality? Shouldn't I try time leaping first? Maybe there's another way. You don't actually have to do. But I mean, you have to understand, I'm a content creator. I have to get, I gotta get the content, no matter how painful it is. What should I do? What's the right choice? Stop, you're starting to doubt. Never doubt. I don't know the answer. But I need to reach a conclusion or else I can't do it. I can't send this email. Acting on impulse, I do the headgear and punch in 40-year retirement league. I ignore her and bite down hard on my lip. A taste of blood fills my mouth as I press the button. For the record, everything from here on is not in the anime. The anime picked one particular route for the story to go. I mean, I figured. That's why we're playing the game. Alright, let me write this down. This is a bad end, obviously, but okay. The world twists. My legs shake. I cover my eyes and wait for my senses to return to normal. 1,000 emotions stampede through my skull and then fade away. I stare vacantly at the Kisu who's standing in front of me. At first, I can hear her over my I can't hear her over the buzzing in my ears, but little by little her voice becomes clear. Not only is this a bad ending, I think this may be the worst of them all, although that's subjective. Oh boy. Kisu thrusts her finger at me like an angry school teacher. Time to work. Not to Kisu, then collapse into the sofa. Sacrifice either of them. In a sense, I'm running away. But there was no other choice. No other way to save Suzuha and Mayuri both. 2 days, Mayuri will die, and Suzuha will be lost to the past. If these 2 days are all we have left, then all I can do is repeat them. Forever. Let these 2 days be the rest of my life. Huh? The wind caresses my cheek. Push down on the pedals and begin the ascent up Harumi Bridge. The spokes revolve rhythmically, reflecting the sunlight. Sweat oozes out of every pore, but it's not unpleasant. It feels so good, healthy, like running around the school field as a child. Why did she kill herself again? So she killed herself because she got back to the past, but her machine fucked up and she lost her memory, and she literally didn't remember who she was until a year before it would have mattered for us to get an IVN, and because she got her memory so late, she felt despair and she killed herself.
っていうか風強すぎ。
ダルくんはね、メタボだからもっと運動しておくべきだと思うよ。
デブオタ上等。
The IBN was already impossible to acquire by 2000, so it was 25 years after its release. Yeah. Leading the way at a terrific pace. I still would have. I understand how she felt. Probably not nearly as much as I understand on a logic scale how she felt, but that's still 10 years so you can try to figure some shit out. Leading the way at a terrific pace is Suzuha's on her trusty mountain bike.
いい景色だな。
Here you can see across Tokyo Bay all the way to Rainbow Bridge in the distance. Akiba and the jumbled sprawl of central Tokyo are 2 hour ride behind us. Here on this artificial island, there are skyscrapers and vacant ones, one extreme or the other. One time, I took a bus back to Akiba after coming yet, so I already knew how close it was, and I never thought I'd come here by bike. Except for Suzuha. Background sound? Oh, you can hear the fan. Jack, can you hear it as I'm talking right now? I'm talking right now, can you hear it? Right, I am talking right now, can you hear it? Now you can. Is it just the fact that you can hear the fan in the background? But my fucking model's freaking out. That's a problem for future me to deal with. Except for Suzuha, we're all using rental cycles. I want to change the pace from the search of the unfindable pin, so I proposed the cycling expedition. It's not a big deal. I'm just making sure it's not a technology error. To be honest, I could never stream if I ever need a fan. I mean, I could just turn the heat off, honestly, but it's a weird temperature if I turn the heat off, because then it just gets cold. But you know, here, I'll just turn the heat off. Of course, I already know who the pin belongs to and who Suzu's father is. But I have chosen not to tell anyone. If at all possible, I want to spend these 2 days in peace and delay Suzuha's time travel. That is my goal now.
出発するまではさ、ただの時間の無駄遣いと思ってたけど、たまにはこういう時間も必要な生き物なんだね、人間って。
私はタイムリープマシンを作ってる方が楽しい。
Shouldn't Kurisu be working on the time leap machine?
引きこもりが最強だと今日証明されました。
二人ともグダグダだね。
だらしないな。そんなんじゃ生き残れないよ。
Kurisu and Nero are exhausted, while Suzuha and Mayuri are still going strong. I already know the distance between Akiba and Ariake, so I'm able to pace myself in order to conserve energy.
水は自動販売機はまだ。今ならコップ一杯分の水のために人殺しもできそうだお。
残念ながらこの橋を含めてあと2つ橋を渡らないとコンビニはない。そこまで辛抱しろ。
マジで無理。もう無理。
オカリン詳しいんだね。この辺来たことあるの？
No, he's probably done this several billion times already.
ああ、何度も。
How long have I been living in this close loop of time? It's already getting hard to keep track of the days, so instead I think of 2-day cycles. This should be the 4th cycle. So that means he's relived these 2 days 4 times already? Which means he's done this for about 2 weeks. Or no, not 2 weeks, 8 weeks, excuse me. Which is kind of depressing? Yes. Yes, it is. This time, only I know that Mary is fated to die. But keeping that a secret, I allow us to spend these days like normal kids our age would. The cycling expedition is part of that. Susan and Mayuri enjoy the ride, so I make sure we do it each time I repeat the loop. Our current destination is Tokyo's big site, a massive convention center in Ariake. In a few days, it will become Kamiket, the world's largest doujinshi marketplace event.
ここまで来ればビッグサイトはすぐだ。あと10分もしないうちに着くだろう。
I do not like the fact that he just kind of gave up. Like, I understand he doesn't want to let either of them die, but he just, in this version of this time, whatever you want to call it, he just kind of gave up. He goes, I'll relive these 2 days forever, instead of trying to come up with a different plan.
その前に休憩を。
Yara has used up the last of his strength while still on his bike. He rests his body against the guardrail, separating us for good. Separating us from the road. Well, Yoshi's what would you have done? I mean, under normal circumstances, I would have just sent the D-mail. But I'm finding content because there's content to be found. I turn and pull up next to Teru's bike.
そのままの格好でいると危ないぞ。体を起こせ。
ちょっと休ませてよ。
I guess at the start he just assumed it would be fine and happy to live it by like a 3rd cycle, but I had to be like, okay, this is gonna turn well, and I had to do something else. I don't know why he keeps doing it, because, well, first off, this is a bad ending. They probably didn't run a rate too far, so it makes more sense to have him renege on his character and just do a time loop. Plus, it's not like an actual route they wanted to do, so. Honestly, yeah. This is not, as far as a bad ending goes, this is not the most illogical thing. However, I just don't like that he kind of just gave up. He didn't try to do anything else. I'm gonna run ads now since you kind of already know what's happening and it's a bad end anyway.
危ないんだと言っているだろう。
I saw him pull Dara up by the arm.
わかったから。
Dara stands out. A second later, a huge truck speeds past. He gets the wind left in its wake, nearly bowls us over. The bridge sways beneath our feet.
危ねえ。
Probably wouldn't have hit him anyway, but still, best to be careful.
オカリンのおかげで助かった。
なんかね、今のオカリン、未来が見えてたみたいだったね。
D メールでも使ったんでしょ。
Mary's innocent smile. Here's a cynical grin. To them it's a joke, but they're not mistaken. The only thing they've got wrong was that I didn't send a D-mail like time leaked. Suzuna's eyes meet mine. She was laughing just a moment ago, but now she looks confused, uncertain. I avert my eyes.
聖地よ、私は帰ってきた。
There is Daru, his vigor restored, faces a big sight with his arms spread wide.
人がいない時に来るのって初めてだよ。
こん なに広かったのね。なのにフォミマ中は人で埋め尽くされるとかありえない。
In the emptiness, it's easy to see how truly majestic Big Sight is. At Comic Kid, when you're wading through a sea of people, it's just another big building.
ねえねえ、マユシーはお腹空いちゃった。
近くにファミレスあるべ。そこで一休みしようよ。
帰りも同じ距離を走らないといけないのよね。それを考えたら鬱だ。
The three of them go searching for the family restaurant. Suza is still gazing at the Big Sight.
鈴葉、どうした？
I asked the question, though I already know how she'll answer. She's excited to see Big Sight in real life.
ビッグサイト生で見られて感動。
Suza's eyes are shining.
2036年にはさ、ビッグサイトってなくなっちゃってるんだよね。より大規模な埋め立て計画の一環でもっと大きなイベント会場がゴロゴロしてる。ドームだってあの辺に移転してきてるし。
Suza points to the middle of Tokyo Bay.
でもさ、さっき橋田至が言ってたけど、ここって聖地扱いされてるんだよね。コミマっていうすごいイベントがあるんでしょ。私の母さんもそのイベントに参加してて、そこで父さんと会ったんだって話してくれたよ。
なるほど。お前の母親は不女子だった可能性があるな。
だからさ、ずっと見たかったんだよね。ありがとう、岡部倫太郎。ちょっとだけ父さんに近づけた気がする。
A sharp pain stabs through my heart. I know who Suza's father is. He's right over there. But I won't tell her. Not until the afternoon of the 13th when the time loop machine is complete. For now, I just want her to prolong these 2 days of peace.
オーカリー、鈴さん、早く早く。
ほら、呼んでる。行こうよ。私もお腹空いちゃった。
Suza grabs my hand and we take off running. Somehow I managed to force a smile. It's fun. Tomorrow will be fun. Every day will be fun. Forever. I'm not reading it a second time.
気持ちいいね。
なんで僕がこんなことに付き合わなきゃいけないんだ。
同感だわ。っていうか風強すぎ。
ダルくんはね、メタボだからもっと運動しておくべきだと思うよ。
デブオタ上等。
That's so mean. They don't let you skip it.
いい景色だな。
I wanted to change the pace from the search for the unfindable pin, so I should propose a second expedition. Yeah, yeah.
出発するまで。
私は
引きこも
二人ともグダ。
だらしないな。そんなんじゃ生き残れないよ。
She said that was different. Kurisu and Dara were exhausted while Suza had Mayuri still going strong. I already know the distance between Akiba and Ariake, so I'm able to pace myself.
水は
残念ながらこの橋を含めてあと2つ橋を渡らないとコンビニはない。
My mechanic.
そこまで辛抱しろ。
マジで無理。もう無理。
オカリー、詳しいんだね。この辺来たことあるの？
あ、何でも。
My 10th? Must be more than that by now. If it's his 10th cycle, and it's 20 times, so he's been doing it for a couple weeks now. A little over 2 weeks. Still repeating the same 2 days. Boga's attack, Mayuri's death, those things will never ever happen. This is the biggest denial. Today, once again, we're off on an adventure.
ここまで来ればビッグサイトはすぐだ。あと10分もしないうちに着くだろう。
その前に休憩を。
そのままの格好で。
I swallow my words. Thoughts too dark to be on my own suddenly slip into my mind. What the fuck is happening? What will happen if I don't pull Daru back? The truck catch Daru's fan? Will it send him flying in like a rag doll? Will it take off his head? Will blood spray from the stump like a crimson fountain? Will the girl scream, I wonder? Let's find out. What difference does it make if Daru dies? I can just time leap again, can't I? Go back to the start of the loop and Daru will be good as new. Besides, everyone needs a little spice in their life. For these 2 days, I am God. I choose who lives and who. The sound of a horn blasts my eardrums. Daru drakes back into from the guardrail. Imagine going biking every 2 days for months on end and not getting any gains. That would suck, actually, yeah. A split second later, the truck howls past. Daru loses his balance and falls on his butt.
ちょっと大丈夫？怪我
はない？
Pretty soon, Susa and I get off their bicycles and help Daru out.
今のトラックひどいよ。
The truck has already crossed the intersection after the bridge. We watch it drive away.
ビビった。つうかなんなんあのトラック。ふざけんなよ。ナンバー見とけばよかった。そしたら通報しましたってできるのに。
事故が起きたわけじゃないし、通報しても無意味でしょ。
Everyone's fussing over Daru. I stand a few steps away, staring at my hands. I'm glad it ended as something to laugh about. What was I just thinking right now? I began this loop so that no one would get hurt, so that Mary would live and Susan would never go back in time. Yet just now, I was ready to watch Daru die. It didn't even take that long.
It's bullshit.
It is bullshit. It didn't even take that long, bro. Like, I could understand if it was like a couple months, like 8 months maybe, but bro gave up after 2 weeks. That's not true at all. We should always report bullshit like this. Yeah, you should, because they can have it. If it's you should probably do it. Naru's right. You should. If some shit happens like that and you have the ability to report it in terms of driving, you should probably report it. Some part of me wanted it to happen. I cower in reflex upon hearing my name. Okabe is just a bad person. He might be, shit. But after 2 weeks of doing the exact same thing, I don't know, man. His brain's probably not able to handle it. Susan is staring at me. There are questions in her eyes. She can't have heard my dark thoughts just now. And yet I feel like she can see right through me.
顔色悪いよ。
オカリン、僕よりガクブルしてるとかおかしくね？
何しろスーパーハカーに死なれては我がラボは大打撃だからな。
Doing the same thing every day is basically my normal life and I love it. No, Naru, you're not doing the same thing every day like he's doing the same thing every day. Imagine playing only one game forever. I'd be pissed about losing my saves. Exactly. I use my purposefully extravagant tone and cover up my guilty thoughts and start pedaling.
休憩は終わりだ。行くぞ。
this world's observer. Nothing can escape my subjectivity. Everyone and everything in the universe itself, it exists in the shape I wish it to exist. Meiyuri, Kurisu, Daru, even Suzuha. Here we can live in peace and harmony. None of us ever need to ever face death. A 48-hour eternity. I am the creator of this paradise. And so, I know. Tomorrow will be another wonderful day.
聖地よ、私は帰ってきた。
The email is my death note. The D doesn't stand for DeLorean anymore, it stands for death. In the emptiness, it's easy to see how truly majestic big sight is. Like, come in, cat, will you run? Yep. I mean, I did just criticize Okabe, but like, even the second time I got bored of it and skipped it. So who knows what happened after the fucking 8th time or the 20th time or whatever. After the second time I got bored.
近くにファミレスあるべ。そこで一休みしようよ。
But then again, I would never choose this, so.
帰りも同じ距離を走らないといけないのよね。それを考えたら鬱だ。
Three of them come searching for the family restaurant. Suzuha is still gazing at the big sight. At big sight, not the big sight. Her eyes roam her body. Oh no! Just in case. I don't think anything will happen, but just in case. I don't even want to voice act this.
Ooh boy.
There's gonna be a CG like that? Okay, we're fine then. But I'm not reading this out loud. Yeah, this is dark as fuck. You wouldn't. That's actually a good point. You just wouldn't win. You just would not win this. She could kick his ass. Yeah, she could just kill him. Honestly. He just wouldn't win this fight. What's going on here? Bad things. So many bad things that I'm not reading it out loud. You cannot pay me to read this. Same thing I thought about that one arc in Tsukihime. I think that's a little bit different because she didn't want to hurt him. right, well, I have to put a fucking warning on this now. This is gonna be great. He does realize that it's not finished yet, though, right?
Okabe Rintaro?
Suddenly, Suzuha grabs me by the shoulders and peers into my face. I don't like where this is going. The warmth of her hand makes me...
やっぱ具合悪いんじゃない？休む？
I'm afraid to look at Suzuha with these dark feelings clogging my mind. I shake her off and flee towards the big site.
Okabe Rintaro! どこ行くの？
Open, clench, open. He's opening and closing his hands. Repeat, repeat. My hands still move. Just as I expect them to. Just as I order them to. But those dark impulses. The devil whispers. How can I explain those? What the hell was that? What's happening to me? I start to tremble. My teeth chatter. The sun's hot enough to burn my skin, but I feel cold. I'm afraid of myself. I'm still okay, aren't I? I'm Hyun Kyomo, Okabe Rintaro. The insane mad scientist with the fetish for science and chaos. See, I still know who I am. Still? What is that supposed to mean? Will I eventually lose control of myself? Am I gonna break? Like a Mobius strip. Okay, that's fine now. Like a Mobius strip, the same 2 days go around and round and round and round and round and round and round and round. But today I failed to keep the same. Keep them the same. My feelings become twisted. Today on Harumi Bridge, I didn't just hesitate to save Daru, I nearly yielded to my dark emotions. And back he goes. I don't blame you for being worried, but I promise there's no horrible CG. I don't trust it. Dark emotions, dark impulses. Emotions seeping with venom. I was the one who didn't want you to do this ending. I'm kind of worried about the other endings, honestly. I listened to their poisonous, disgusting whispers, and I was almost drawn in. There's no denying it. Worse, that was a taste of what might lurk inside my heart. If those emotions attack me, and you know what? I have a better idea. Instead of hiding from it, we can just say that that really, really sucked and pretend that shit never happened, right? Yeah, that shit didn't happen.
Wow.
You probably should finish that ending. You were really done with it? Nah, fuck it. I don't care. I don't think I care that much. That shit made me feel gross. I can just tell you what happens. Go for it. I assume he just kills everybody. Like, I felt gross reading that. Like, no, fuck that. I need a minute to tap. Oh, all right, go for it. Can't do it yet. Okay, I didn't save right before here.
Chris, お前は日付を正確に覚えている特技があったの？
ええ。
鈴葉の励まし会をやったのはいつだ
？4日前、8月9日。
オカリン、D メールを送るの？でもそうしたら全部消えちゃうんだよ。
He gets close to snapping, but Susan figures out what's going on, interrogates him. He remembers why he refused to send the email in the first place, and tells, and he refuses to have her lose her memories of the future. So she offers for him to join her in the 1975. Okabe accepts the two of them, and they go to 75 without telling him the others. It ends right as they travel, so we don't see if anything happens after that. Leaves them a goodbye note and just fucks off. Yeah, I'm okay with not that. I'm okay with skipping that. Naru probably hated that, but nah. I don't like the fact that I have that I had to censor it, that I had to cover the whole entire stream. No, I'm good. Fuck that. It's horrible, but this is the only bit of the entire VN I showed my IRL friend and I watched the anime with. Yeah, no, it might have ended okay, but like the whole entire process of that shit happening, while very real, I just don't, no, fuck it. No, I'm good. Everyone has to have a line, and that was mine, all right? You said assume? Well, he knows that she loses her memory. So I assume he did something to cover for her or something. Listen, playing a game should not make you feel bad, all right? I don't care how that shit ended up. I didn't like how it was going. Memories flashed through my head.
ほんのちょっとの間でも君たちと一緒にいられてよかった。父さんのやろうとしていたこと、私が絶対やり遂げるから。それじゃあ35年後に会いましょう。あ、君たちにとっては数時間後か。
Yeah, like I said, everyone has to have a line, and that was mine. I'm not okay with showing this, or like I wasn't okay with it. It was very much not okay. I'm not cool with that. Maybe best to just let her die. She's not gonna die. Are you talking about Mayuri? We're not letting Mayuri die. I'm not letting Mayuri die until there's literally no other option. And we're at chapter 7. I think actually probably should stop because I feel so gross. I feel so gross. Like, we dealt with a lot today. We dealt with a very real suicide thing, and we just had to deal with that. Let's just move on. That shit was not okay. Let's return Spider-Man's raid. I did it in a less shitty note. I don't want to, because if we try to find a less shitty note to end it on, we're gonna be here for another 2 hours, and I can't have the VOD longer than 10 hours. So now that chapter 7 has started, it's probably better to just end here. But I'll probably continue tomorrow. That felt really gross. Like, I cannot explain to you how gross I feel right now. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. I hope everyone has a good night. I hope everyone washes themselves with soap. And drink a really nice calming beverage. Like I said, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Later.